welcome everybody to our budget session tonight. Our budget session tonight, we'll be meeting with a number of department heads. We'll have another meeting tomorrow night at the same time to meet with the remainder of the department heads. We'll be going through each of the departmental budgets on kind of a one-by-one basis. Primarily today, not to make any decisions, but to ask a number of questions to get insights into where the departments are coming from, and then also clear up any questions that may arise in the budgets as presented. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Roloff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As far as the schedule goes for this evening, I'm going to give an overview of where we are with the budget, some of the highlights, and then we're going to get into the departments. One of the things that I hope this isn't an inconvenience, but Public Works was scheduled for 2 nights, and we thought just to spare Mr. Patek and his staff, you see that originally water, sewer, and storm were going to be tonight. We're going to put all the Public Works up into tonight, and we've moved the fire department down. We were trying to do as equal a swap as possible. If that's a huge inconvenience, depending on how we're doing time-wise, but I know that transportation, parks, and Public Works have traditionally taken a lot of time, as well as administrative services, because of the number of accounts.
Okay, so you're moving Public Works?
Yes, we're going to do all of Public Works tonight, so Mr. Patek doesn't need to come back tomorrow evening, and we asked Chief Franz to come tomorrow night, so he'll move down.
Did you send that out or
no? We were just swapping today as we realized that we had we were double booking Mr. Patek.
Okay, because the one issue is that for people one nice thing about having the schedule
studying up
is you prepared, and Public Works is a rather large department, so.
If there's any issues, we can certainly bring them back at another time.
Some of Public Works is actually CIP stuff too, though, right? And that's a whole different night.
The accounts we're talking about are streets, refuse, recycling. Those are the ones that we were moving up to tonight.
Okay. Okay. I just want to make
so
sure.
you're going to still talk about water, sewer, and
absolutely.
utilities,
they're
right?
all. Yeah, we just wanted to get Mr. Patek here in one evening. So that's the only scheduling thing. We flipped the balance of Public Works into tonight, so Mr. Patek and Mr. Godey only had to be here one night. With respect to overall view of the budget, the council has seen the presentation in the proposed budget document, my memo. I'm going to highlight a few things out of my memo, and then I appreciate the feedback that I've gotten from council members over the last couple weeks since you originally got the budget, and going to highlight a few things and have some handouts that were already in your package based on some of those questions, and happy to answer questions about those when we get to them. First of all, the budget itself, the operational budget, is proposed at just over $70.1 million. That represents an increase of 3.34% over the 2014 budget. The tax levy, as it exists, as proposed in the budget, is proposed at slightly under $33.5 million, which represents an increase of 4.5% over the 2014 budget. I know that's significantly more than what the council was anticipating, and I have a section specifically related to that during our discussion. In general, the increased levy is due to increased personnel costs, particularly a $1 million increase in our overall health insurance, which is spread to all the funds, not just the general fund, as well as funds required to meet debt service obligations, including a payoff of a long-term liability with the Wisconsin retirement system. The budget itself is balanced with no elimination of staff, no proposed layoffs, furloughs, or position eliminations. Although staff does have some options available, at the end of my budget message there were a list of options that are available to council should they wish to pursue those. The operating expenses in the general fund are, for the year, for 2014, will be about $180,000 under budget, primarily due to the savings from the refinancing of our WRS debt, because that got switched over to debt service. The revenues are going to be about $220,000 under budget, so that means we're going to have a slight decrease in our fund balance, but at this point, we'll still see where that goes between now and the end of the year. I think it's important to kind of walk you through where we were after the completion of our budget pre-budget work sessions. You may recall that we went through a lot of different details. Specifically, we went through personnel costs. We went through how much it was going to cost for different levels of raises depending on what council chose, and also health insurance costs, which we had estimated at that point was going to be about 12%. Those assumptions pretty much held through. And so the model that we presented to council back in July on the expenditure side was pretty consistent. The revenues were all subject to what we ultimately got from the state, but the shortfall was anticipated. We just didn't quantify it specifically. When we got all the departmental requests in, we had about a $2.5 million shortfall that we were starting with. If you take a look at Roman numeral page 10, that page represents the options. Excuse me, I rather go. Just want to make sure I got the right one. Let me rephrase that. Page Roman numeral page 11. It's right after page 10. We inserted that. This is what we did to get to our $2.5 million, reduce our $2.5 million deficit. You'll see that we did a variety of cuts across all departments: administration, IT, economic development, planning, fire, library, museum, various capital outlay in the police department. Each of the departments will get into those and can answer questions about those specific cuts. But we had cuts of about $680,000, additional revenues, which are primarily engineering related, and then that gave us about $1.2 million. So we were still short a little more than that, so that's where effectively where the levy comes in. The levy needed to make up the balance of that. That's why we got where we were. Now I'll draw your attention to page 10, because Roman numeral 10, because these are things that are potential reductions should the council wish to do something with the tax levy. The tax levy is proposed at a 4.5% increase. As far as the rate goes, it's currently at $9.28. This would increase it to $9.54. That's about an increase of 26 cents. That's when we ran the numbers based on the assessed valuations we got from the state. That's what it came to. Just as a point of reference, each penny in the tax rate is about $35,100, slightly less than that. So that gives you an idea. So if you want to cut a penny to the tax rate, $35,100. If you add $35,100 to the budget, it's a penny more. So that just gives you a rough idea of where we're going. The expenditure restraint program is something that we've largely tried to work around, but with the restrictions that are there, we are right up against the expenditure restraint program. So a lot of the reductions we made were particularly geared towards addressing expenditure restraint. Right now, the budget that is in front of you, we are under expenditure restraint by $6,000. That's it. So to go higher, even with revenues, if we magically found $100,000 in revenue, it would be very difficult for us to apply that to extra expenditures, because if you did that, we would be over the expenditure restraint limit. We get about $1 million from the state for the expenditure restraint program, so it's very important for us to maintain being under whatever cap that is. And it's a formula that's written in there, but we know what that number is, and we're only $6,000 under it. So, for example, if we had an extra $100,000 in revenue that we would put into the budget, you would really need to apply it to tax levy reduction for no other reason that you'd be jeopardizing $1 million in expenditure restraint by adding that to expenditures. So you want to avoid doing that. But that's the real challenge that we have with expenditure restraint. So we have to work on that. I mentioned the general fund. We get a little over $1 million in expenditure restraint. With respect to the overall budget, I think it's important to point out that we are achieving a lot of objectives with our strategic plan, and I asked Mr. Fitzpatrick, even though the council hasn't gotten the final version, this is the cover sheet for our strategic plan. So I'll just ask council to pass it around. This is based on the input that we received at the work sessions this past summer, the 6 goals, and I believe we work towards those. One of the observations made by the departments was that it may be difficult to achieve all the details of the plan within the span of 2 years because of our limited resources. But I believe that we're addressing the strategic plan well. Specifically, infrastructure, although it's primarily in the CIP, we are taking funds in our operating budget and applying them towards capital outlay items that have traditionally, in our experience here at the city, has been to put them in the CIP. And in the past, we were borrowing for those things, and we want to avoid the borrowing for those things. With respect to economic development, we have $2 per capita allocated to the Greater Oshkosh Economic Development Corporation, GO EDC. That includes some money that the county gives us, but the idea is that we want to have at least a $2 per capita commitment to GO EDC as far as our contribution goes. And GO EDC will be initiating their fundraising efforts in the next week or so, and you'll see that, and then they'll be seeking private funding as well. We also have initiatives in here for continuous improvement, because one of the things we've found, especially with dealing with our business community, is as we work on improving processes to make development projects go smoother and more efficiently, investing in our continuous improvement projects has helped us a great deal, and we get a lot of good feedback from the business community on that. Strengthening our neighborhoods, we do have continued investment in our Great Neighborhoods program. We are proposing in this budget the creation of a rental housing inspector position with a rental housing inspection program. That is funded with a fee that would be initiated. There is some stuff going on at the state level, both in courts as well as the legislature, that could impact that. We're going to have to keep an eye on that because we want to make sure that whatever we do passes legal muster. It's funded for the whole year, but the revenues are also for the whole year. We have to know that it's going to work before we can hire the person. So even though we have it shown for the full year, my suspicion is that we will likely not fund it at the full year because we won't be getting the revenues for the full year because of all the legal issues we have to work through. So that's there, but that is big in from what the council has said. Strengthening our neighborhoods is increase and encourage owner occupancy, owner investment in property. We have to work on those things. That's why we have it in there. And Mr. Davis can go into that when we can get into his department. Improving quality of life assets. Roofing at the Public Museum, which is in desperate need of replacement. Shelter improvements at South Park, improvements at the library. And I do want to point out that the library is seeing some reductions in revenues, and as a result of that, more general fund support needs to go to the library to backfill those losses in revenue. And even though I'm just talking about the library, you need to take a look at all those departments that have been separated into those separate funds, and just because there is a separate fund, they're no different than Public Works losing transportation aid. Transportation aid is intended to go to Public Works, at least indirectly. When the library has a reduction in those aids, we don't necessarily take those revenues away. We got to find a way to backfill them. So there is an increase in the levy support for the library, but it's as a result of these loss of revenues that were anticipated, because when we built the library in 1994, there were some commitments made by the county, and that commitment's been fulfilled. And so that's expiring, and Jeff can get into that a little later, but it's not just about the library. There's other ones in there. But we have a good commitment to quality of life assets to continue that. And then high-performing government, fiscal responsibility. The biggest challenge to that is that 4.5% levy increase. That's why those options exist for the council. The departments will be available to answer questions you may have about those specific options that are available to you. Also, when we do talk about the CIP next week, those 11.4 million borrowing cap to get ourselves back to the 70% level, that is built into the CIP, and we'll have discussions about that. But with that said, we're still going to have a good investment in our infrastructure. Is it as much as previous years? No, but it's still a good commitment. Employee engagement, the continuous improvement programs have really proven to be successful, and I salute the employees who've taken time out of their work schedule to participate in these. Sometimes you will have departments participate that aren't even directly involved because they lend something to that. Employees are truly engaged and believe in that. I've been very pleased with the results that we've gotten out of that program, and I think the public has as well. And then lastly, with high-performing government, this is one of the downsides. As you notice with the list of cuts that I told you that Ms. Larson and I went through, I was not recommending that we fund the paper performance incentive for 2015 for a variety of reasons, one of which is I mentioned earlier. Our expenditure restraint cap is there. We cannot just simply say we're going to spend more. We are 6,000 below that cap. Now, we've been going through some things. We'll have some other, as we get closer to making some decisions, we've identified some things that we can do that even when the budget's done, you find out other things going on. And we'll be able to offer some things up to help lower that from that cap. But we are so close to that cap. We can't add things. We can cut things, but we can't add things unless we cut something else. And that's the dilemma that we're going to be at. With respect to the paper performance versus across the boards, the recommendations, we have a spot for you, Tom. With respect to the recommendations from Charlie Carlson, Mr. Carlson recommended both across the boards as well as paper performance. That is not included in here. Our across the boards 2%. We do have a tentative agreement with our police union for 2.5%. So we have to ask ourselves, what is a higher priority? Keeping pace with across the boards with the market, because as we lose people and replace them, we got to make sure that we're within the market, versus the paper performance program, which I can tell you, and I think the council has heard from employees that they would like to continue that, but I had to make a judgment call with limited resources. Do we fund across the boards or fund paper performance? We're only funding across the boards at 2%. But given my thoughts on it, where we are to keep pace with the market, I felt it was more appropriate for that than it was for paper performance. Again, you want to add something back, you can, but you've got to figure out a way to not get yourself into the expenditure restraint trap. So that's where we are on the expenditure side and with strategic plan. With respect to revenues, our revenues are largely flat. Licenses and permits have a slight increase. Some fines have an increase because of some increased enforcement. But state and county aids, we're lucky this year that we have an increase in aid to local streets. There's a formula. The way the formula works at the state level is if you build more streets, that helps you in the formula that you get state aid for streets. That goes through cycles, and it depends on how the pie is cut at the state level. But as Mr. Cummings pointed out last night, we've also seen some decreases. That decrease in that state aid for municipal services is not reflected here. Now, we've got some other changes that we've been made aware of after the budget was put out there, but we lost another $80,000. So I believe in your packet, was it in their packet?
Yep.
There in your folder that I just gave you this evening, if you could open that up, there's this was information that Trina gave you at our budget work sessions back in July. I think it's one of those sheets right there. Keep going. It might be at the end. It's this history of data from 5-year model. It just gives you a 5-year history of our revenues. I'll just cut to the chase. If you take a look at actual 5-year comparison from 2009 to 2013, state and local aids went down 10% over that time. Some years they went up, some years they went down. Overall, they went down 10.46%. The payment for municipal services program went down nearly 19%. We used to get $1.25 million. Now we're getting, that says $1.017 for 2013. And as we know, it's going to be, what, about 920,000 for 2015, excuse me.
930.
Oh, $930,000. So we've lost about $300,000, or about a quarter of our state aid for that one program between 2009 and now. And I told you about that last night, but I know you'd asked for that, and I thought it was beneficial to show you all of the state and local aids and how those have gone down. A lot of people don't realize that the sales tax you pay at the grocery store or at Target or one of those other stores, that goes to the state. That doesn't come to us. So I know you know that because I've said that for years, but for the members of the public, that doesn't come to us except through the shared revenue program. And the shared revenue program took a hit in 2010, and I think you could argue that that was appropriate because the state had a loss of revenue. You share in the good, you share with the bad, so the revenue was cut. But we've consistently seen cuts to the program. We haven't seen additions, and even as the state budget is turned around, we're not getting additions. So the sharing is working one way but not the other. And so state shared revenues, it's gone from $11 million in 2009 to what it's going to be in 2015 is $9.6 million, $9,672,000, about the same as the 2013's. It's been flat for the last 3 years, but we've lost $1.5 million in that program, 12, almost 13%. Those are the variables that we're dealing with state aid, and that is about a quarter of our whole budget. So when that's getting cut, our options are things that the council did last year. And I didn't bring a lot of those options back this year because I think you went to that well pretty hard last year. You implemented you implemented a recycling fee. You increased a lot of different fees, and we didn't think it was appropriate to go back to that trough again because the market just doesn't, there's only so much the market can take with that. And even though we arguably have a monopoly on some of the services we provide, we can't take advantage of that too much. And as you know, we've done that with our utility costs. But with the exception of the rental inspection program, which is a brand new program, we're not really proposing a great deal of fee increases because there just isn't enough justification for that. I'm sorry, Steve, you had a question.
My question is, I know that the communities that have state universities send a letter to the governor suggesting that the money be returned to us. Regardless of what happens in the election next week, do we feel there's any chance of whatever the administration is reversing that to return our money?
I think it depends on where the economy of the state's going. We certainly have to be at the table to make them aware. The League of Municipalities is identifying their role in economic development, and we need the state's help if they want help in economic development. We need that assistance. I've talked to Senator Gudex. I've spoken with Representative Hintz and expressed to them that there's only so many cuts that we can absorb at the local level without either having a significant cut in services or continue increasing the taxes. That's not sustainable. And so I think we need to keep that effort on. As the state revenues are starting to increase, we need to say it's called shared revenue for a reason. You need to start sharing the advantages as well as the cuts.
But I think realistically, though, I mean, nothing would happen until that 2015-17 biennial budget happens in June or July, and that would probably, if
the 2016
if the best
budget
case scenario happened, it probably wouldn't take effect till 2016. So I don't think we could.
So using, and I was listening on the radio as I was driving in, so using your formula of $35,000 is equal to 1 cent. So 80,000, almost 2 cents of the levy increase is due to the state not fulfilling their commitments to us. Actually, more than 2 cents of the levy increase is due to that. And the question I have is where are the property tax cuts that Madison touted last year, earlier in the year?
Well, therein lies our dilemma.
But you said, I think it was last night or before, you said something about 80, an $80,000 cut to that. How much of this, how many of these are mandated by the state? And they're cutting our share?
Well, the revenues are, the state giveth and the state taketh away. Those are, the revenue side of mandates. There are limits on what we can raise sometimes with revenues, but, they've stopped our ability to move the water fire protection over to the water department without a corresponding decrease in property taxes. So last year, we just did away with it. It was going to be revenue neutral to us, so we decided not to do it. Those are challenges that we have.
So much for local control.
In response to both Steve's and Tom's, to some extent, and a question for you, which will lead to that. One of the issues out there is that the state, and are they going to move part of the technical colleges to the state funding?
That is, every indication I see is that's going to
I thought that
happen.
had already passed, and that was due to happen in 2015. The way it relates to yours is if the state's taking on a big additional burden on the technical colleges, so there's going to be less money. There's going to be somebody else at the table asking for money, so the chances of them making changes is going to be
So does that
less
mean
than
they're going to be
one.
taken off our tax bill?
Well, just a second. The answer is yes, and that's in response to Tom, is that citizens may get some benefit on the tax bill because they're going to, theoretically, they should have less for the technical college.
But not from,
And that's
not from the not from the city of Oshkosh. And that's the only, Mayor, that's the only piece of the tax bill that people get that we're addressing at this time.
I know, but when people say the tax bill or with the governor, what I'm going to say, I agree with you. We lose on this deal, but the taxpayers, the governor will say that he's going to give some tax relief through property taxes in total because the bill, that's part of the total bill. So
That's why Harry Truman always said, give me a one-armed economist, because on the one hand, I'm doing this, but
no, that's what, I'm just responding to where he's going to come from.
I'll be, Trina just pointed out, the league sent out a notice today on that specific topic with the tech
And
college.
I understood for that note because that was what I read.
Did you see that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'll forward it to the rest of the council so you get an idea of where it is. But, yeah, the good news is that our individual tax bills will be going down because the tech college is going to
A piece will be going down.
A piece. The tech college portion is going to be decreased, but we're going to see increases, and will we see state aid coming back because of that? That's the real challenge. I wouldn't want to bet on it. But I think Sean's point was that even if there was any change, you're not going to see that until 2016 because the 25th, it's the next biennium that's going on. The numbers from the state were there from a year and a half ago.
And this might be too far out there already, but how would that affect that referendum that Fox Valley Tech had? That increased everybody's, each district had to have, if they wanted to do something at their technical college, it's just like the school districts, they had to do referendums. Well, they approved that referendum it won't affect them? I mean, the taxpayers agreed to pay a higher rate.
It's their debt service. Yeah, there was a good article in a local business magazine last month about this, and it's not really going to. January is when
Just
it'll
shifting
take
the burden.
effect. So.
We'll forward you that article because there's a lot of other moving parts with that, like TIF and things like that. Anyway,
in follow-up to Mr. Herman's question related to mandates, what are the expenditure sides of the mandates in our budget as opposed to the revenue sides? Is there a, in essence, what is basically the deficit that we're looking at based on things that we are told to do but do not get funding to do them?
I've asked the departments to put that together. I don't have it for you this evening, but we want to show you what some of those things are. They're not all general fund related, but there are things that hamstring us, and it's a variety of things that it's one of those things where I think we almost take for granted now that, oh yeah, that's a mandate, and we're doing it. Why are we doing it? We're doing it because it's a mandate, not because we necessarily think it's a good idea. Some things over time you say, okay, maybe that's not such a bad idea, but we're forced to do those things, and we don't have the ability to say, well, maybe we should stop doing those.
And the point I'm making on this is that everyone at this table understands that we are the city council and we're responsible for this budget. But we are also the ones that are going to be sending the little love note to our citizens after December 1st, and we're the ones that are going to have to be answering the questions that are addressed to us. And while, yes, we've accepted the responsibility, we necessarily can't, we've accepted the responsibility. Unfortunately, we can't be accountable for some of the things that have happened to us. And, so some people may consider this posturing, but it's flat out telling the truth, that we have to do things, and the monies are not coming for the things that we have to do. Shared the university system, the point I made, Mr. Cummings and I made earlier, 2 cents on our levy is due to the fact that the state is not fulfilling the costs of their institutions in our community.
Those costs keep increasing.
Correct.
The last thing I wanted to talk to you about, I know there were some questions about the WRS unfunded pension liability, and because of the change being made when it was mid-year, it kind of creates a little bit of apples and oranges comparisons, because what's happened is what used to be a surcharge on our WRS bill, so there was a 0.2% surcharge on every employee that was a member of the system. Once we paid off that unfunded liability, that surcharge went to zero, and that got moved to debt service. So part of the increase on the debt service side is due to that. I provided you with the sheet that was given, handed out to you back in June by Ellers, and what it showed was first of all, the reason we did it. The reason we did it was that by the end of 20 years, if we did nothing, we would have a liability that would have ballooned from $10.5 million to $16.2 million, and we'd still have that liability on the books. What Ellers did was they did a comparison, was if we continued to follow that payout, which really wasn't a payout, paying 7.2% interest and really not even covering our interest in any 1 year, that's what we'd be if we didn't pay off the liability. But with adding this to our debt service and taking out a state trust fund loan, we're paying out more on an annual basis, but at the end of 20 years, our liability will be down to zero, and that by 2034, we will be paying $1 million into that debt. That debt will then be satisfied, and then that'll go off our books as well. It's a very deferred benefit, but I don't have any regrets doing it. The impact on the general fund for 2015 in general is about $125,000. I think I used a different number in the budget, and I was doing a little bit of apples and oranges comparison. I apologize for that. But this number is what we got from Ellers. That's what extra we're paying. So there's that much extra in debt service that we're paying off these loans, and you're going to see a decrease of roughly $490,000 on the general fund, or I should say the operating side. So there is a little bit of apples and oranges there in the budget, and you can have different ways. You think it's part of personnel, it's not part of personnel. I would say you're right. It's just how you want to analyze it. But the personnel costs are slightly under what they would normally have been had we continued to pay off that liability the way we were. Again, I don't have any regrets about it, but at best it's an asterisk that should be pointed out to council.
But I think there are several pieces to it. In the long run, it's going to save the taxpayers money. But in the very long run, but in the short run, it's going to cost the taxpayers more money. This year, according to what, it's an increase from last year to this year from $475 to $614, which means that's up $130, almost $140,000 or whatever.
Yeah.
I just wanted to finish that. And it's really, if you look at personnel cost and non-personnel cost, it's a personnel cost because that money's not available. So that's $140,000 that we don't have available for things out of the personnel line. So in a sense, it's really a personnel cost because it's always been treated that way in the past. So it's kind of artificial. By moving it to debt doesn't change the fact that if you divide your cost into personnel and non-personnel,
And unfortunately,
We have reduced the non-personnel availability by 140,000 by doing that. Good for the long run, but in the short run,
we're
that's
cinching our belt.
a tough
But
reality.
while you may say it's a personnel cost, it is not money that is going into our employees' pockets. It is repaying an unfunded liability. So it's apples and oranges. To say it is a personnel cost, while in theory is correct, in application, it is not a personnel cost. It is the refunding of a liability that we did have. And yes, it is paying more this year for doing it. But as we all looked at it, when you look at that $16 million in another 20 years that we would have had, and within our debt situation, and councils over the past 12 years significantly increasing our debt ratio to where it is at now, this is something that we all are now dealing with. This was a fiscally responsible thing to do. I've often used the term, there's cheap and there's fiscal. There's cheap and then there is prudent and fiscal. This is fiscal what we did.
Yeah.
If we could have continued to be cheap,
There's no doubt about that, and that's the reason we did it. I'm just pointing out that for the non-personnel availability, that's 140,000 that's less for papers, streets, whatever, and that's an extra burden on those departments. So that's just the reality. It's a good long-run move. It's the right thing to do. I think we all agree with that. That's why we did it.
Well, and I think the other thing that the taxpayer can feel good about is where before the payments that we were making to city manager Roloff's point was that it was just going strictly to interest and not even covering, all of the interest, where at least now we're actually applying part of that to principal.
That's why the savings has occurred over the long run.
Well, that concludes my overview. And, there's a lot of things we could talk about, but I really think it's probably appropriate to get to the departments. The departments, there was a lot of coordinated effort and cooperation and sacrifice, as you can see from some of the pages of what the departments already got into. I think it's best to talk to the departments about those individual issues as we get into that. And if there are any other general questions before we get into some of the departmental. If not, we're going to start with the city clerk's budget. City clerk's budget is on page 39. It begins on page 39. There's actually a decrease overall of 3.14%. It's primarily personnel costs, a little bit of WRS, and other little bit of some health insurance changes. We budget, and this applies to every department. You're going to see some up, some down. If somebody changes their health plan from, say, a single to a family, the costs either go up or down depending on which way you go. In this case, there's an increase or decrease. That's just due to a change in a plan. And in a very small department like Pam's, those things happen. We anticipate being under budget of about $12,000 for the year. We do have some file cabinets in the capital outlay budget for 2015. Any questions of Ms. Ubrig or Pam? Is there anything in particular you want to talk about?
You did a great job. Thank you.
ready for next week?
I'm getting there.
Pam actually did one of those continuous improvement processes. Brian shadowed a lot of her election workers on some previous elections, and they came up with some pretty interesting ideas. That the whole idea is to get the results out quicker. And looking forward to
Tuesday night.
We're looking forward to seeing how it works. But it's one of those things where the departments work together to come up with ideas to improve things.
The question I have is not really a question, just a comment. It's my understanding last year when they did an audit of our polling places, there were some concerns, and those concerns have all been taken care of, from what I understand.
Yeah,
also
the GAB.
from the most recent letter.
The GAB auditors were here in April, and I've met all the requirements, so we should be good to go next Tuesday.
If there's no questions about the clerk's regular budget. On page 46 and 47 is the elections budget. Because we are in the off year, as we call it, the calm before the storm in 2016, we have fewer elections anticipated because the gubernatorial election won't be taking place next year. So actually, there's a $33,000 decrease in that budget. But that's, Pam's budget goes through, especially the election budget, is very cyclical. You will see a significant increase in her budget in 2016, and it's all related to elections.
I have nothing to add.
Just-
You did great.
A comment, way down under total utilities, minor equipment, there's $14,000. Everything else has been zeros previously.
With our electronic voting equipment, the encoders and the printing modules, those need to be replaced. A lot of it's plastic, and we've had it since 2006, and the wear and tear on it, we just need to upgrade or replace those.
That being said, like the voting machines and all those things, do you get state aid from that?
No, I do not.
You don't get any kind of aid?
No.
There was a little bit way back when.
When we first got them, we did, but all the maintenance and that comes out of our budget.
Okay.
We just have to have a cataclysmic presidential election. They'll throw money at us one time, and then that's it. And that's what happened. They decided to give money to clerks' offices to put in stuff that actually, Pam had actually already been working on prior to it, but they give a little bit of money and a lot of mandates. There you go. There's one of your mandates. A lot of mandates that went along with very little money, and we were doing a lot of it already, but now we have additional costs.
Plus.
So add that to your mandate list, Pete.
Okay.
If there's no other questions about that, we can probably go to the city attorney's budget.
Thanks, Ben.
That begins on page 37. City Attorney Lawrenson's here. Budget is projected to go up 4%. No change in personnel. The primary, most of her budget's personnel anyway, and again, that's probably more related to cost of health insurance than anything.
On the personnel side, kind of question for you, and this primarily goes back to last year. On the indirect labor part of it, what happened last year? That the indirect labor went from 87 to 117, and that was, that's a
That was the contract with our,
big amount of money.
yes, it is.
No,
Pam,
the contract with Brad? Are you
Yeah.
thinking- That's contractual employment.
What was the help with the health insurance? That was,
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right, okay.
we agreed as part of our new contract with our contract attorney that we would pay, he would be eligible for health insurance in our program. We were in danger of losing him, and this was one way we did to keep him on. So that was why the increase was in that program. We've been using Mr. Preby for a good part of 7 years.
2007.
Yeah, a good part of 7 years. So that was the increase that was there.
Okay, so we're paying contract worker insurance,
He's on our plan now, yes.
and we're paying the bill for him.
He
He's not
he
only
pay-
on our
yeah,
plan,
he
but-
pays
but we're paying the
the
bill. He
employee
pays
share.
our percentage.
and-
We're paying for his health
And we pay
insurance.
the other part.
And then the other contractual is you need outside counsel help? 50,
No, the 51
64,
is-
46?
Is the,
That's for Mr. Preby's.
that's his actual,
So,
not salary, but the contract amount.
yeah.
We actually end up crediting out the health insurance premium out of that then to the health insurance fund. So he doesn't actually take that much in cash. We credit it out. Trina's worked that out, so.
How many hours does he work for us?
It's not a set time. It can vary, but it's, we did a study last year when we did the changes, and over the average, if you average it over, it's well over 20 hours a week. So he's, if we have court dates in there, he can go higher than that. If it's a slow week, it might be a little less than 20 hours, but the average we found is between 20 and 25.
So it's like having another half position in essence, because we're paying.
And we
Essentially,
had looked
all
at
those
adding it
benefits.
as a actual position in our office, but that wasn't feasible with the budget constraints last year.
And he only handles our traffic cases
He
and things. He
handles
doesn't,
all prosecution for this city, so he does juveniles, traffic, ordinance violations. He does any appeals for any of those that go up. So he actually, if you're familiar with the prior prosecutor, Brad does a lot more, actually, than the prior prosecutor.
We've been paying him pretty much the same amount of money since 2007, so the big increase was that one-time bump. And it cost us about $20,000+. But we don't have to pay anything. By keeping him on contract, we don't have to pay WRS, we don't have to, he has his own, whatever support staff he uses is up to him. That's entirely his responsibility under our contract.
We, in essence, provide about $70-some-odd thousand for that.
70,000, yeah. In my estimation, I think based on Lynn's,
The other Pam.
the other Pam, it's a good value for us, given the services we get out of Mr. Preby. To have a staff member would be significantly more than that $70,000 that we're paying out for Mr. Preby.
plus he's got a wide array of background. I mean, he was, besides a private attorney, he was in the DA's office at one time, so he knows the system pretty good inside and out, which is an advantage.
Yes.
If there's no other questions, the next budget we're going to work off of, is library. Library begins on page 233. Mr. Gilderson Dewey's here to talk about the library budget and maybe give you a little bit of more background regarding some of the revenue issues that the library's been facing.
Why don't I do that? Mark touched on it and has a really good grasp on it. I appreciate that a great deal. And back in 93, 94, when the Oshkosh Public Library was remodeled, the county, Winnebago County, they'd already established a program of supporting major capital improvements in the county's libraries. And they had done so already in Omro, but then the big one came along with the Oshkosh Public Library. Essentially what they do is they took the construction costs and they divide that equally over 20 years. They got that amount, and then they adjust it based on their share of our circulation in a particular year. So amortized over 20 years, we've had support for that building project, and it sunsets in 2015. It almost wholly sunsets in 15. There will be an additional $15,000 that we'll get in 15 that will go away in 2016. So our county funding, both from Winnebago County and from our adjoining counties, is driven, even that facility money was tempered by our circulation numbers. Our operating funds from the county are driven by circulation numbers as well, and those have been going down over time. So the upshot is that our county funding from Winnebago County and adjoining counties has decreased. It'll drop from about $604,000 in 2014 to $534,000 in 2015. So about $70,000 in 1 year. Just as a point of comparison, in 2007, our library income from Winnebago County alone was $785,000. So we've seen a fairly significant decrease in our county funding over time. And that's something that I forecast for the council back in 2006 when we eliminated bookmobile service, but we've seen other developments over time as well. And then finally this sunsetting of this facility revenue that I've kept Mark in the loop over about 2 years ago. I started to let him know it was coming, which essentially it means that our library becomes more and more a city library and less a county library. We still get county use. We still get county use from members of adjoining counties as well. But people have to come into downtown Oshkosh to use our public library, and that habit is decreasing in some ways. We continue to try to attract people. We do lots of things to try to draw people to downtown Oshkosh and use our library, including having a booth on occasion at the farmers market. And one of the surprises I've had on occasion is describing to somebody all of the services at the public library while standing on Main Street at the farmers market and being asked, "Where's the public library?" and having to direct them a block over. I say, just walk over a block and look for that really big building. In any case, so that's kind of the big picture in this budget, is that we're seeing that drop in revenue from primarily Winnebago County, but also surrounding counties, driven by circulation and then driven by the sunsetting of this facility support.
Jeff, when you talk about circulation, how are e-books and all of this other affecting the library?
E-books spike right after the holidays, and they've continued to go up in use. The purchase of the devices continues to rise. The way people read is changing, and even the way people read e-books is changing. That market is seeing a bit of a slow, so it's kind of stabilizing out into maybe not quite 80-20, but print is certainly not dead, and e-books haven't taken over all areas of publishing. They're very strong in the areas of fiction, not so strong in children's books and for nonfiction. So we're going to have a continuing commitment in print on paper. We're part of a statewide consortium that's building a collection of e-books for use by people throughout Wisconsin, and I believe there is still untapped potential in the e-books for use by Oshkosh residents. I believe there are whole waiting lists for titles that are too long. I'd like to put more funding into e-books to make more copies available. I think that we would see that use continue to increase. And it is increasing, though not as much as the decrease in our physical materials. So all in all, we're still seeing a slight downward trend in the use of our materials when you combine both the e-materials and the physical materials.
I would draw your attention to page 232, because Jeff and I have had these discussions because I've always been interested in libraries, and even though that some of the circulation numbers are down, the reference questions answered, the library is evolving into an information center of a variety of sources, but the reference questions answered are going up, even though circs are going down, and internet wireless sessions. It is an area where the public goes to access information. Just they access it differently than they did before.
Right. We have hardwired internet computers that the public can use, and they use those with the assistance of our staff. And those are actually, we're seeing a decrease in that, but that's tempered by a spike or a fairly high curve in the use of our wireless internet access. And that's because people are using wireless on their smartphones, on their tablets, on their laptops. So we are probably the internet cafe par excellence in downtown Oshkosh, as far as kind of brute force as the amount of bandwidth available.
Jeff, one of the things I've noticed has been the reliance on the surpluses from your fund balance in recent years, and there's sizable chunks, and it looks like it's coming down to a point where there's going to be less and less available.
Right.
I'm assuming it's going to be less of an option for the future. Is that concern out about 2 or 3 years, something that
It's a great
you're
concern.
creating, or is it something that you have a strategy to hopefully address?
Well, the initial budget that the library board proposed to Mark for consideration used zero in surplus applied. I mean, so the initial assumptions that we presented to Mark for his consideration was a budget that had some modest increases in some of the operating lines. It followed the city's recommendations for a 2% market adjustment, and it had zero in the surplus applied. And I think we asked that would have called for a levy increase to the library fund of, I think it was almost 15%, Mark?
Yes, it was enough to get me close to a stroke, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, it was sizable. It's like $250,000, I think.
Right. And so this budget is a compromise and a realization that only so much of an increase can be expected from Mark to support or for the council to support. But certainly the erosion of that carryover fund balance or undesignated fund balance is a concern. Mark and I have discussed that on an ongoing basis. He has expressed to me his sense that the library having a fund balance is helpful to him because we're able to cope with retirement liabilities. We're able to cope with facility issues that crop up without having to come to the council to ask for a supplemental appropriation at some point because we're out of our levy resources. So that cushion is certainly a help to us and a help to Mark. And we'd hate to see it not exist. If it didn't exist, we'd cope in different ways. We would defer maintenance. We would defer, if it was not an absolute necessity, or we would do fund transfers from. We'd rob Peter to pay Paul in some way. We would leave positions that become vacant. We would leave them open longer to retrieve whatever that retirement payout was through vacancy savings. And so all of those things, compromise our effectiveness, our ability to provide services to the public. So we have methods that we can use to cope with non-emergency situations that come up in our budget. If we don't have that carryover fund balance, we'll cope. But it's a better world. It's easier to manage and preserve the services to the public with that undesignated fund balance.
It's a great service to the taxpayers to have that, and thank you for considering.
Sure.
Well, I'm glad you asked the question because that is a legitimate concern because when we're having this discussion next year, that I told Jeff my comfort zone with all that the library's been able to use this as a tool, the $100,000 mark, as you see the $100,026, there's my comfort zone in terms of how much I would like to see that fund not go below that amount, because whenever there are, for example, the retirements, as Jeff points out, we do a sick leave payout in a regular general fund department, the general fund just takes that hit. A department may go over, but it's made up by the general fund. In the library fund, it comes out of their fund balance, and these are funds that accumulated over the years. But you can see that this has been drawn down. At the end of 2012, we were at $350,000. Now, at the end of 2015, we're going to be down to $100,000, and you can see it was projected at $125,000 in 2014. Fortunately, we only have to draw down 77 of it, and next year we're looking at 92,500. We're going to have to stop that bleeding at some point. This merely tempers it, but doesn't eliminate it.
And you can tell that I pay attention to Mark when he said that 100,000 was his comfort level, and that I drew it right down to 100,000.
Yeah, $26 to spare.
Create a little extra discomfort for Mark, as if he did that.
If you looked at some previous budgets, that net levy has remained in that low to mid $2 million range for a number of years. There was a requirement that there used to be a mandate, there was a maintenance of effort for the libraries, but even after that was lifted, we still have to ask ourselves what we're going to do with the library in terms of funding it. So we've been maintaining it as best we can, even though that maintenance of effort wasn't a mandate anymore. It was still something that we knew to maintain the services we had to do something. This only maintains, this $2,486,000, while it's an increase of about $115,000, it only maintains the services. And next year we got to figure out a way to not use that surplus, because we're at that comfort zone where we don't want this fund to be in the hole, because when it's in the hole, we, the general fund, are going to have to bail it out, because the library fund can't be in that deficit situation.
I guess one thing that I would want to point out to you that is not going to be obvious in the budget packet is that in trying to work with the levy amount that Mark felt comfortable supporting, we had to make some choices, the library board and I, in recommending a budget to the library board. And one of the choices that we made that's embodied in this budget is a 1% market adjustment for our salary plan for the libraries. So all of those kind of compensation issues that you're going to be discussing for the other city departments, we've already made that kind of the hard choice of a 1% market adjustment in order to come in at this levy amount, as large of an increase as it is. And really, this Mark is recommending the largest increase to the library levy in my time as director. So for that, I give him credit, and I appreciate his support on that. But this is a fairly austere budget for our staff as it stands as well. And you wouldn't see that just from the numbers. Any other questions? Yeah.
That was my one question, was the merit pool. I see in 14 you had 11,800, but you're not giving out any merit pay this year. 235 under the merit pool. You had budgeted 11.8 in your expenditures. You're estimating none, but then you're putting 16.8 back in. That's the 1% you're talking about, right?
I think what happens is the merit pays that are awarded are folded into the salary.
That's right.
Into the individual positions.
Yeah.
When it's actually done, it starts out as a pool number, and then individual employees get a pay performance. It gets built into their.
So for the estimated expenditures, we lose that pool amount because it's distributed among the actual positions that have been paid out.
Okay.
And that 11.8 was a little low, so that it wasn't quite enough to fund our program. So that's why it's up.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Jeff, just out of curiosity, on page 324, under other library materials, it's one of the largest line items on that.
Yes.
At 324.
Right.
What does that mean? What is other?
Those are the materials those are the books, DVDs, CDs. Other library materials are that's the way the city budget refers to all the stuff we buy for you to check out.
Used to just be called books.
It used to just be called books.
Okay. All right.
And that you'll notice from the list on it was either Roman numeral 10 or Roman numeral 11 in the budget book. We had originally proposed a slight increase to the library materials budget, and now we're back to basically a flat library materials budget. And our hope was to be able to increase it slightly to be able to put some more funding into those e-books. So we're going to still try to find a way to do that, but it may be a matter of shifting things around more.
Jeff, under books or library materials, what type of increases are you seeing from your vendors?
I don't really deal with that on a day-to-day basis, Steve. So I don't really see the per unit costs. When we buy hard copy materials from our main vendor, which is a company called Baker and Taylor, let's say a new bestseller hardcover, we're generally going to get a 40 to 42% discount off of the list price of that. Because we order so much from them over the course of the year, we're able to establish a really good discount. However, in the ebook realm, the publishers are raking libraries over the coals. They're trying to the business models that they're in the process of establishing really penalize libraries. So, for example, that same hardcover bestseller that we might buy from Random House for $20 or $23, they're charging us $79 for the ebook version of that. So there are some really serious issues going on with this marketplace as it settles out in making these materials available through library channels. And this isn't a place to kind of air the dirty laundry of the marketplace, but ebooks are they're a battleground yet as far as establishing what their business model is and where public libraries and where libraries fit into them. The publishers have been they've had fears that circulating those ebooks through libraries was going to seriously lose them sales, though they don't have those feelings about their hard copy. So we're still working through that. So the ebooks on a unit basis are a lot more expensive than the hard copy. I don't think that quite answered your question, but
I'm just curious if you're seeing like a 5% increase or a 10% increase annually.
On a unit basis, I think that hardcover prices are pretty well flat. But as I say, I don't deal with the acquisitions end every day, so I'm not kind of watching where the unit price is going on a daily basis.
That's just one other question related to heating.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you've been doing some work on the building envelope, but it's a sizable increase, and it's a third of our levy. So I'm just curious what's occurred that the heating costs had gone up so substantially. For next year.
Generally speaking, that's kind of just it bumps around based on the experience of the winter. That was a bad winter last winter, and so we bump it up based on last winter, and now this winter might be much better, and we may our actuals may be down closer to 20. It's not a science.
Yeah. Okay. Not a issue with the system though, or nothing other than just an environmental. Okay.
I think it's more just a reaction to a really bad winter in making a guess about this coming winter and having heard people saying it's going to be a bad winter again.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
And the building envelope piece, I might mention that the part of that we have completed, which was the caulking of the seams, seems to have had a really good effect. A leak that has been in my office ceiling since I got there seems to be gone, which is a good thing. It means less water infiltration into that building envelope. Other questions about the library budget?
One note I would offer in regards to the gas service, you will see in several city budgets where the line items have exceeded their current budget already before we've even started heating for the end of the year. And it is very much attributed to the very cold winter that we had previously.
That's reflecting some bills that were received earlier this year already.
Yes.
Thanks, Gina.
If there's no other questions, we can start the mini marathon with Public Works. Our water utilities.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Jeff.
Our water utilities first. This was a handout that was given to the council. If you put it in the tab, it would be water utilities, which is after pages, I believe, 248 or 247. Water utilities there. Mr. Patek and Mr. Brander here. The budget for the water utility is proposed at $13,877,000, which is actually a slight decrease of about 2.28%. Some of it's personnel, and Mr. Brand can get into some of those details about that.
I think the one item in the personnel to note is that we had a position for a civil engineer that was funded by the utility, and we had some discussions early in the year about the large increases that we're seeing in environmental programs, the amount of requirements to meet regulatory issues, programs like the compliance, CMOM, CCAP. I'll just use the acronyms because, quite honestly, I'd have to look to see what they are, but it's all collection system work. That's been a huge increase. We've got lead and copper that's going to be coming at us on the water side. We have the private side wastewater issues and stormwater permits that we did not have before for facilities. We also now have an air permit for our generators, new EPA requirements. And there's a multitude of other regulatory things. And I did some research with other utilities similar to our size, and the most important thing was that they be surface water utilities to be as close to ours. It was difficult to find a number of comparisons, but the comparisons to Appleton and Racine Kenosha were the best ones to look at, and they do have positions similar to environmental compliance manager, which we have included in the budget. It will be a half water, half wastewater utility, and again, a majority of the cost is funded from removing a senior civil engineering position. And so...
And that position was to help with the capital improvement program, but since the capital improvement program has been reduced, that position was vacant, that had switched to the environmental.
And and I generally manage all the capital improvements for the utility. And again, we're a public health and safety organization. Our revenues through rates, our asset base utility-wide is probably in the neighborhood of $200 million. So we have a significant investment in the utilities. And again, I think the really important factor is that we're protecting public health and providing water for fire protection, and again, protecting the environment through the wastewater side and meeting all the regulatory requirements there. So I think on the personnel side, that's probably the biggest change that we're proposing. Again, it's environmental and the compliance side of the utility operation has really grown to a point where it needs full-time management to evaluate, to assess, to gather the data, meet the regulatory requirements, do the regulatory reporting, and keep us in compliance.
Is this a DNR requirement, or is this a state requirement? Where
These
does the requirement come from?
These requirements are DNR and EPA, federal, state requirements, various programs.
And there's no funds to assist in the cost? That's just something
Well,
they
again-
mandate, and we have to pick up the cost?
Oh, yeah. I mean, when they change our WPDS permit, well, again, the phosphorus issue is a perfect example of what we're going to be facing. We're going to be into that whole compliance issue. We're heavy into it now.
But
We
there
don't
is
know
no-
where it's going to land.
And the short answer is there's no funding.
There's no funding, but we have to have it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe Trina can reflect a little bit on the revenues and expenses side. We'll just do general and then see if there's any questions about any of the other items. Again, this was kind of a team effort between Trina and Ken Giverson, our utility financial person. Put this all together because, again, we operate 24/7, 365, and have just shy of, I think, around 56 direct employees in the utilities. And then we work indirectly with engineering and other public works functions, and got a lot of coverage.
One thing that we did look at very seriously were our revenues in this annual budget. With the rate increases that we did have in 2014, we feel that our ratepayers are very important, and any future rate increases need to be planned and as minimal as they can be. One reflection of our revenues this year they are lower than we have estimated in the 2014 budget. And what we would attribute that to is that we had a 2014 mild summer that greatly reduced the need for people to water, to go and wash their car. We also have found that revenues were based on the implementation as of 1/1/2014. However, with the quarterly billing cycle, the sewer revenues did not receive a full year. However, the water revenues were not implemented until April 29th, 2014. And that late implementation has greatly impacted the achievable revenues for 2014. The other note that I would offer, and Steve would also concur, is when you do have a rate increase, studies have shown that consumers become more consumer active in their usage, and that they reduce their usage about 3%. And we are seeing statewide that water usage is down. So all of those factors are attributing to the decreased revenues that were budgeted versus what we are actually realizing.
And I think we'll see some of those come back, but it's going to be another quarter or two before we really see where we're going to end up in the revenues. And there was just recently an article out that even this week that said the municipal water usage statewide, they're seeing a 6 to 12% reduction in the amount of water that's being used statewide through municipal utilities. So there is
that was for 13, so that doesn't even take into account the cold summer of 14.
Right, and we're projecting, the 6% potentially this year. So that's typical, is that we see those drop in revenues, and generally we see them come back. People generally go back to their previous habits. But again, we won't know until we get into a couple more quarters in this year. So we're going to be watching that very closely.
We have a line item now for multifamily service. Didn't have in 2012, 2013. How does that vary from just residential?
So those were previously listed in the commercial services. Those two services have now been broke out. So that's why you will see a significant reduction in not a significant, but you'll see a reduction in commercial service. That's just the separation of the commercial and the multifamily services.
Primarily rental properties?
Yes, and I think this was driven by some changes in the PSC. They wanted a classification to include multifamily in it, to separate that from the commercials, as I recall.
It's almost exclusive rental. There's probably a few exceptions there, but it's largely rentals.
Even with those issues, there was still a surplus.
Yeah, that's where
Going
there's...
to the account and added to the balance.
Yes.
How does that work over time? Is that desirable to have surplus in each year?
Generally...
To add to the net assets there?
Yeah, generally...
I don't understand enough of it and how it figures into long
Generally,
terms of rate increases, but it's a surplus.
Right. Well, generally, the PSC in the rate-making process comes up with an allowable surplus, which they call a rate of return, and it's based on a test year. And so generally, we have surpluses in these accounts that erode over time, and then that's when you make the decision on how you're going to balance the expenses against a future potential rate increase. So we do carry revenues. We're allowed to carry a surplus revenue, but again, those erode over time, depending on changes in expenses and things like that. And some of our big hitters are are the cost of power, cost of chemicals. Those really are some of the most significant expenses. And then we, again, operate 24/7, 365. We have to maintain and keep our equipment operating at all times. So we do, I think the crews do an excellent job with maintenance of equipment and repairs. And then, as you see, when I come to council periodically, there's maintenance and things that we need to do as part of CIP and regular maintenance to try and keep things up. So that all figures into those excess revenues and can erode those over time.
Again, I don't understand. I see that several periods we've been adding to that surplus over time.
Well, we hope to, but also, again, it depends on how we do with expenses over the year.
Even with bad performance, we added to the surplus last year.
And truly, you do need those surpluses for the unanticipated breakdowns and repairs. Some of them that we can anticipate or plan are several hundreds of thousands of dollars that can vastly drain any surplus that you might have.
You get into main breaks alone in a bad winter like we had last winter. And the price of equipment, replacement of equipment, even some of the maintenance of equipment, I mean, it's a small bill will be in the thousands of dollars. And it's
I realize that, but we're 52 million.
The main thing is replacement of capital when it's time to get replaced. The utility's responsible for that. We don't, for example, special assess replacement of mains. We assess for new mains and for laterals, but we don't assess for if main breaks in front of your house, whether it's just a small main break or we replace it the entire length. That's part of the utilities paying for that. So that buildup of assets is intended to pay for those replacements when they eventually occur. Mr. Brand's not going away, but if you'd like to move on to sewer, that's probably
down the sewer?
Logical progression.
Yes.
I'm glad you said it, not me, Mr. Cummings. That budget is proposed to have a decrease of from 11.7 million to just slightly over 11 million, about a 5 3/4% decrease. There are changes in personnel costs, but there's other changes there as well. And environmental issues, the phosphorus issue that continues to this day, things we've talked about in closed session. It's not a secret that the EPA is bearing down on communities all over the place. It's not just Oshkosh, but dealing with those issues is time-consuming for Mr. Brand, and on top of that, environmental compliance. I probably have a better appreciation for your environmental compliance in this area than water. I know you have responsibilities in water as well, but that was the reason that we transferred essentially a position that was in Mr. Godey's division and basically moved it to report to Mr. Brand directly, because it's more than just engineering. It's that environmental compliance that is becoming increasingly important for Mr. Brand and his folks. The regulations, even though they don't hit the general fund, you talk about regulations. Our two utilities are some of the most regulated businesses that exist, period, now. It's health and safety, so you don't want to compromise on that. But the phosphorus issue is one that's taking a great deal of Mr. Brand's time.
We'll give businesses breaks for regulations, but we won't give our own governmental entities breaks on regulations.
Under mandates. Well, there are programs that assist us, at least, there's some reduced rates, financial programs through DNR 3B and things. There are some things that we use, but there is definitely a shortage in the toolbox when it comes to trying to fund all these, some of these newer programs.
This may not necessarily be related to the budget, but the new phosphorus regulations, it's well documented that the largest dumping of phosphorus is off of agricultural lands and just land in general, correct?
Non-point source is a significant part of that. And we're really trying to deal with it holistically, and some of the proposed programs include cooperative efforts between ag and municipalities, so that rather than funding brick and mortar in a municipal situation, if you can spend a lot less and assist some ag community members in reducing that, that's one of the things that they're looking at. That the problem is Lake Winnebago is an extremely unique water body. It's not really a lake. It doesn't fit the classification schemes of a lake, and it has a tremendous amount of phosphorus that's naturally occurring, which could outstrip the ability of, if you took the city of Oshkosh phosphorus, which is a very small amount, and all the non-point source out, we still could be saddled with the same phosphorus issues in Lake Winnebago because of naturally occurring phosphorus. So that's,
in essence, it was a marsh where they put a dam in and raised the level 3 feet, and there's a lot of unusual characteristics for Lake Winnebago.
and so that's part of the process they're going through in modeling the lake and upper lakes and upper Fox to come up with what they call the total daily maximum load, and that study's ongoing right now. We're monitoring it closely. We're going to just make sure they're using the right data and come up with realistic expectations when all that work is done.
And that's a DNR EPA project.
Want to get into some of the revenue issues here? Or?
What we have done is, when we looked at the revenues, we looked at 5 years of history, dollars and usage. And so when we did project the 2015 revenues, as you can see, we did project them lower than the 2014 budget. Again, sewers is directly related to water usage. And so we are anticipating that reduction in water also to flow into and impact sewer. We would anticipate that volume to recover and come back, but we feel that in 2015 we needed to take a conservative, and we trended an approach over the last 5 years of usage.
The other thing we've been doing is, and I think we started this last year, so really we're into just the second year of this, is we're trying to utilize operating funds for things that don't make sense for going into CIP. So if it's something that's small, and I'll put that in quotes, dollar amount, and it's something that's, or it's something that's going to last 10 years or less, we're trying to start, we're continuing to try and fund some of those through the operating side. And again, I think we've been reasonably successful, but I think that's affected our net revenues at the end of the year, and that probably might show up in here, but that would be the reasoning behind it. And so that's something that we're working on and trying to gain a balance to, of how much can we fund out of operating and not have it hit the CIP, and use some of those revenues that we have to continue to fund and maintain the operation.
That is also an issue for the utilities. It's
Right.
better to pay cash than borrowing.
Because we've been aggressive in a lot of the work out on the streets over the last 10, 11, 12 years, we have done a significant amount of replacement of mains, and our debt service is in an upper level right now. I think we're okay. Really, the philosophy is to try and find a debt service that you can maintain, and try and retire issues before you add additional ones. An example is over water filtration. We've got a project that's coming up. It's probably the last phase of the things we have to do over there, and I've been able to talk to DNR and get them to agree to delay that project for a couple of years, because at that point in time we're going to see some significant debt issue retirements. So in order to fund that project, we won't be adding new debt. We'll be actually having retired debt. So we'll still have to take on the debt, but we won't be increasing it. We'll be using retired debt so we can maintain a level
But in doing
debt
that,
service on that.
increase the overall cost of the project?
Pardon?
Would that increase the overall cost of the project?
Well,
for several years?
Not so much, and actually, we're planning on using DNR, clean water, safe drinking water loan funding for it. So we expect the cost of the money that we need for that to be pretty stable over the next couple of years.
And sewer is one of the utilities that does have an adequate balance available. And so some of the items that we have brought through the operational budget this year that might have traditionally ran through the CIP are a CMOM and CCAP. That's $170,000 approximately, and a collection system flow monitor approximately $60,000. So those are items that could have traditionally went through the CIP. However, because there is an adequate balance in the sewer, we are bringing those directly through the operations budget, which is why you will see a reduced net profit loss this year. That is contributing to that.
Ask, is this
Sure.
on our page numbers? Is that correct? $100,000 increase on it?
On chemicals?
Yes. Under
Solids disposal chemicals? Yes, we reallocated. There's chemicals that we use that used to be put in that used to show up in the general liquids operation chemical balance, and we moved that allocation over to solids disposal where those chemicals are actually being used. So that's just a movement of a chemical from one category to another to a more appropriate location. They used to be all lumped together, and then we said, well, wait a minute, that's for actually biosolids. We have a separate category for that. Let's move it over into that category.
One item that would be very important to note for 2014, we are seeing increased usage in the chemicals, and that's attributed also to the weather. And Steve, you can probably give a little more background
It's
to that
pretty
impact.
simple. When Lake Winnebago acts up in the summertime and we have extremely hot weather, when we have a lot of algae growing and things like that, we really have to crank up the chemical usages in order to deal with it. So our chemical usage is based on what's happening with the water at the time, and we do everything we can to manage it, but we're extremely weather dependent on chemicals. And in the last 2 years, we've seen some significant increases, but we can attribute that to weather-related situations. And other years, it won't be so bad if we don't have a real hot summer, if we don't have a lot of rain, those things all affect it. So it's kind of an interesting phenomenon that we have to deal with in treating Lake Winnebago water. It's a bit of a challenge, and that's why we'll see fluctuations in chemicals like that.
Steve, I don't know if what page it really is, but it's contractual services and consulting fees.
Yep.
The $200,000 increase, is that because of the new water tower?
Is that in water or are we in wastewater?
No, this is wastewater.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It's
No,
still a
that's
valid
okay.
question.
It's
No,
very good.
It's in sewer. It's not about the. It's not
Yeah.
about the. It's not about the tower, but
That
Missed
is,
that, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's based on our CMOM and CCAP program.
Oh, okay.
Requirements, working on collection system things that we're doing.
Okay, so that's outside consulting of,
Correct.
like AECom and that? Or is that?
CH2M Hill.
this is CH2M Hill. This is the person that's assisting us with a lot of the technical reporting that through that EPA agreement that we had to reach a couple of years ago. It was a
Consent order.
consent order. Thank you. That's a nice way of saying it. Consent in lieu of being ordered.
Yeah.
But that CMOM and CCAP reporting, that's where that's coming from, and it's, yeah, as you can see, it's increasing quite a bit.
Yeah, $200,000.
So it was just right line item. It was just, it's all this environmental regulation that we got to
But if it had been in
follow.
the CIP, it's now being paid in cash. That's what
Yeah.
Trina had talked about.
Okay. All right. It's kind of muddy in the water, that's all.
Literally and figuratively.
That was bad.
No.
You want to get out of the gutter? This is Mr.
Moving on.
This is Mr. Brand's last budget, so if you have any questions or comments, Mr. Patek will be here, but Steve will probably be leaving after this, so unless there's any other questions, we'll probably, is it going to be Steve Godey with the stormwater utility?
This is not his last budget.
that's-
Last budget, this is his
Last
last
budget
budget
for this evening.
Is it something I don't know about right now?
Let's be clear.
After that meeting today, you're not going anywhere, pal. You are not going anywhere.
Can I close with one additional comment, is that in going through this budget and working with Trina and Ken, we've all kind of sat down and said, we really need to start taking the budget process, the CIP process, and all the other things that are going on, and doing some longer-term planning and longer-term rate projections with what's going on in utilities. And so I hope it's okay to share, we met with Ellers, and they have a group, and they do the bonding, but they also have a group that does utility forecasting. And our hope is this year to work on putting all these pieces together so that we can come up with kind of a consolidated plan. And what we want to be able to do is to come back to council at some time in the future and say, well, here's what we're doing, here's why we're doing it, and here's going to be the impact on rates. We not only want you as the council to know that, but we also want to start getting out to the public and help them better understand what's happening with these rate increases, because we need to invest in and maintain and operate our utilities, but sometimes it's difficult to get that information out to the public, because all you have to do is turn the tap and pull the chain, and it's hard for people to understand there's almost $200 million in assets that are behind those actions. So we want to start getting more proactive with this. And I guess I just wanted to close with that, saying is that as we get that developed and get that information together, we want to share that with council in the future and try and get some more information out to the general public about what's going on, so that we can get buy-in from the public and they understand what's going on.
Really, I think the thought is that I think the hope was always that we had more of a shorter term analysis instead of waiting several years and then have a huge increase. Let's just be proactive, looking at things almost annually to make sure that
Smaller increases more often.
You're still paying the same amount. It's just that you're doing it in a smaller increment.
Always a sticker shock.
exactly.
Well, and if we can really balance our capital needs with our borrowing, with our utility rates, that will give us that stability in our rates, and it also will help us give us a plan to communicate to the ratepayers, because one of the most difficult items is when they're getting an 18% increase, and they're not understanding, because when they turned in on their water yesterday versus today, it was the same process. And so if we have a long-term plan, we can then be educating the public and educating the council, because long-term, the capital needs in both the storm and the sewer are great. And so we do need to be planning for those.
And I think it's important for people to know that a lot of this is mandated. It is beyond our control, as we've said before. Hands are tied.
But as a city, you want good water, and you want
Right.
good quality water, you want good storm,
You have to have fire protection.
yep, sewer, you want all those things, yeah.
But to Steve's point before, sometimes it doesn't even have anything to do with what's regulated. It could just be a extraordinarily hot summer
Summer,
or
cold
things
winter.
like that, and those things are completely 100% out of our
But, and there's a perfect example. We typically have between, let's just say, an average of 75 water main breaks a year. In the first 3 months of this year, we had 77. It was an awful winter. January, February, and March were just, and it was across the whole state. All water utilities had a lot of problems. Frozen services, breaking mains. We just had it was just, our crews had a lot of work, and they were very proud of them, but it was not good for the utility.
I can attest to that because a block from my house, I don't know what the deal was. Constantly, they should have just moved in because they were there literally all the time, all the time.
And I agree with what you said, Dave, that the crews were tremendous this year. And, it's just an opportunity to point out to people who sometimes look at government employees as the old joke about what's orange and sleeps three. I think that it says a lot about the people who go out when it's 15, 20 below zero and get absolutely soaked to the bone in that type of weather to make sure that people are able to turn that faucet and have their water service. So, it really, those people went above and beyond the call.
So we saw it with utility crews, but we also saw it with snow removal
Right.
crews, garbage collection
Right.
in cold weather. I mean, we had a lot of good effort from all of us.
I'm not just, but I'm just I'm glad you pointed that out, but these people go out in all conditions, and I don't know that there'd be a lot of people who throw stones at them who would be willing to do the same thing.
Our next utility is a stormwater utility. The budget is proposed at $6,061,000, increase of 5.6%. A good part of the increase is due to personnel costs, but there's also, continued investment in replacing storm sewer, really getting on maintenance issues that are out there. Mr. Godey and Mr. Robbie are constantly working on these issues. Steve, if you just want to go through your budget, some highlights for it.
I guess jumping to the personnel, we are looking to add one staff person to the engineering staff of the stormwater utility for this year. The staff is struggling to keep up with a lot of the neighborhood residential issues, old issues that have developed just from the city developing prior to there being stormwater management, backyard flooding issues. We'd like to add another staff engineer that can be able to help take on some of these, work with the neighborhoods, try to come up with solutions to those problems. Additionally, it will help in reviewing the stormwater studies that we're continuing to do as we study watersheds. Our timing to be able to get through those reports, actually get the request for proposals out, get the reports in, get them reviewed, and then manage those reports. It's extremely time intensive for James to take on that. We're looking for someone to assist him and help do that and really help keep the stormwater utility moving forward and addressing issues that have historically occurred in the city.
So really, the current stormwater utility has a staff of 3. They're going to a staff of 4. I mean, you can see other people that are allocated to the stormwater utility, but they're also allocated to the wastewater utility and to the water utility for things like utility locating, for issuing permits out of the front office. So the main stormwater utility staff is what's changing from the 3 to 4 people.
As you can see on the revenue detail, we're projecting another increase primarily due to debt service, but an increase of 11% effective April 1st, 2015. The one little statistic that's probably most important is if you take a look at the cover page for the stormwater utility, the net assets have grown from 2012 of just under 25 million to over 32 million. So you're looking at an increase of about 30% in our net assets for this utility in just 3 years. That's because of all the different facilities that have been getting built, including the pond underneath our parking lot here at City Hall, as well as the storm sewers that are getting constructed and the other ponds, at the Armory Pond, and the other ponds that we've constructed in town. So you can see that our investment in stormwater is paying off, but it is, the net assets are probably the best indicator of the volume of work that Steve and his folks are taking on.
Is this, and I'm sorry if if I missed this, is there a rate increase then associated with
Yes,
with
11
this as well to get to that point?
11% increase. There was this is one area because of where the net assets are going, where we're increasing our rates primarily due to debt service.
Does that have to go in front of the Public Service Commission first?
No, that's not regulated by the Public Service Commission or the DNR. This is local control only. Although we were curiously surveyed by the Public Service Commission, it seems like they're going throughout the state asking questions about stormwater utilities. So if I had to suspect, I'd say that maybe somebody's making some inquiries about looking at stormwater rates. And I certainly, I wouldn't fear it, because they'll find out what we've known all along is in order to reinvest in address stormwater issues, we need to reinvest. While it would be a nuisance from a regulatory standpoint, I wouldn't be concerned that our rate increases wouldn't be justified. They're justified based on what we're doing.
And we started this stormwater utility to really address flooding. When the new rules came in to address pollution, we coordinated those requirements from the DNR, because it just makes sense. If they're going to put that requirement on us, we try to put water quality in with our stormwater management project. But I have to agree with Mark that I think we had a kind of a rain flooding event in the spring, and you really didn't see this type of situation we had several years ago. But since the floods of 2008, we've done things like a massive storm sewer installations, pump stations, detention basins, the stormwater facility here at City Hall. We've done a wide variety of construction, and I think you're starting to see that, and I think the community is also.
I don't want to just brush over this one because of this is the only utility that's proposing an increase, so I don't want to just brush over that.
And would we, with that, I'm trying to recall last year when we had increases in all three of the utilities, but do we tackle that increase itself as a separate council action?
Yes, that requires a separate legislative action. This is appropriation, that's authorization. You still have to authorize an increase at some point, and we will do that usually in December. When we're doing for April 1st, we would do it in the first quarter of 2015. So we'll bring that back to you.
Let's just be hypothetical. You're projecting that in your budget. If it doesn't go there, how are you addressing that down the line?
If I would say we would address it in one of two ways. Number one, we would probably cut back drastically on our capital improvement projects, because we need to meet debt requirements. Even though we're not regulated by the Public Service Commission, Moody's would be looking at that saying, do you have adequate debt coverage for your obligations? And we would have to cut back on our CIPs if we were to do that.
Do we know currently roughly what 11% would cost on the average water bill increase? I mean, is it $5, $10, roughly?
The current ERU is...
Ken, do you have that number?
I think it's 32 a quarter. Okay, that's, 32 a quarter. So that would be about $128 a year. So it would be going up about $14 a year.
And the bill comes out what, quarterly?
Or it comes out
It's with the
It's that
water.
blue bill, right?
With the water. This is average homeowner.
I think that's the color.
that's the
I don't
average.
know. Blue with
the
water.
average. That's not based on usage. That's based on impervious surface. But that's the average rate, because we've got three tiers. That's the middle tier.
No, and you said that increase is really going towards the debt, right?
It's primarily due to the debt, because because of the net assets. I mean, we're paying for Central Avenue's, the Division Street storm sewer, which is really on Central. It's paying for the Armory pond that we're building right now, just finishing up.
If we go look on page 2, The two projects next year are 9th and Washburn, and in that new TIF district on North Main Street, we have two major detention basins.
It's expensive stuff.
Basically, while it is an increase, these are things that, this is physical things that the people in the community can see and how it affects.
Sometimes they
them.
don't necessarily understand the detention basins, but when
But
the
when it
roads
rains
don't
like crazy
flood,
and it
yes,
floods,
that's what
that's-
they
yeah,
understand.
Emails don't come and the phone calls, yeah.
Because
they
we've
understand.
had actually people from around the Tipler detention basin comment, I think that person thought it wasn't working because it filled up with water. And it was like, well, that means it is working.
But we still have to address, with all those good things said, where work's not done, for Tipler, we still need to get upstream or downstream from that. To the north and to the east, the storm sewers in that area east of Tipler are going to eventually need to be upgraded, not unlike what we did right here. We upgraded storm sewers on either side of the City Hall parking lot. We did downstream first. Here in Tipler, because of the stormwater detention pond, we fixed upstream, but we still have to do a lot of downstream stuff. In that 2010 storm, which was pretty substantial, on Eagle Street, right in front of the school district, the storm sewers were surcharging because of all the water there. So we still have work to do. So Ken Arneson with Evergreen is very appreciative, and he's just observed that the storm flow going right by Evergreen has dropped significantly, noticeably for similar type storms. Now, Ken's not a hydrologist or anything like that. He's just giving you his own observations, but he said there's no question that the improvements have helped, and that's in Sawyer Creek over by Tipler. Is that Campbell Creek? That's Campbell Creek. So each and every watershed's a little different, but we still have more work to do in Campbell. The work we did at the Armory, that is Campbell. That's really going to help the Huntington Downs area and that area that gradually snakes its way over to Lourdes Academy, and we know what happened with Lourdes in 08. So those are we're taking a little bit every time, but 11% increase, I remember we started out, the stormwater utility, we were probably half of what it should have been, but we weren't doing a lot of projects back then, so the logic was, well, if we're not doing a lot of projects, let's not charge too much. Well, now we're doing a lot of projects, and Dave and his staff have been doing 1 to 2 projects religiously every year since 09, and they're working.
But you're exactly right that while we're doing detention basins, there's still a lot of work in the Campbell Creek Basin and in the Sawyer Creek Basin and in Stringham Creek by South Park. I mean, we haven't even hardly started in that basin. So there's a lot of work around the whole city to complete. I mean, I think James and Steve have a plan that is 30-plus years out, and that's just for detention basins. I mean,
Kind of hope not, but
You're young enough.
Sorry, you and James are stuck. Hey.
Changing topic a little bit, can you go over the increase in the landfill fees? Actually going back from 2012 on up.
Yeah.
I'm assuming those are mandated as well?
well, what we do when if you look on the last page under the personnel schedule, there are 5 operators budgeted. Those are people that are working out of the street division, but they operate street sweepers. And so all of the material that we pick up with street sweepers typically has to be landfill. It has so much litter and all sorts of metals and oils and all that sort of stuff that can't be something that you compost or anything like that. It ends up being landfill material. Then there's other things like when you can see on the storm water utility website where people just don't understand when they're blowing their grass into the street, filling up the manholes with grass, or throwing litter on the street and filling in when we clean all that material out of those manholes and of those storm sewer structures, that all goes to the landfill. Any litter that gets into the storm sewer is just that, it's trash, and we have to take it to the landfill.
I always like to point out, this was a survey that when James and I helped found the Northeast Wisconsin Stormwater Consortium about 11 years ago, we did a survey, and we asked people what they thought happened with the water that went down the storm drain. And a full third of the people surveyed thought that it went to a treatment plant. A full third. So education has been a huge issue to let people know that when we do clean out our storm sewers, we are cleaning it out because there is no treatment plant to go to. The ponds help, but we still need to clean out our catch basins, and we still need to do street sweeping. Street sweeping is probably the one activity we do that has the most beneficial impact to reduce total suspended solids that go into our stormwater, and that's the reason we do it so much. It was funny, people thought I was obsessed about street sweeping because about the time the city started doing the street sweeping on a more earnest basis was about the time I moved to town, and people must have thought I'd like clean streets. Well, I mean, yeah, you can tell that. But that impression is still out there that why are we sweeping streets? It is entirely environmentally regulated. Again, it's another mandate that we have. It doesn't show up necessarily on the general fund, but it's a mandate that we have to follow.
Is that an increase
This is another utility that has a permit from the DNR, and
Okay.
we're required to follow requirements.
So these are just increases in landfill fees? Is it an increase in what you're taking to the landfill? Have you found that people are littering more or
Well,
throwing things down sewers that they shouldn't?
As a continuation of something Mark said, you know, we hired consultants and did modeling. The DNR requires us to calculate how much pollution load is in the city, and then they require us to reduce it. And one of the items, the way to reduce pollution is to do that sweeping, and they can actually, as part of the model, show a calculation. So when we typically have a street sweeping program that's the whole city's covered once every 2 weeks. Well, in this intense spring period after the snow is gone and all the debris is on the street, we're trying to cover the whole city every week. And we do that, I think the model talked about doing it for a 6-week period of time, but we've actually extended it to 8, 10, or 12 weeks because we just keep getting so much debris in the spring that it's to our benefit per the model.
But to answer your question, it's also landfill fees have been going up as well. Yeah, and so
The
it's
county
not,
sets that.
it's not just because we're doing more of it, but the cost per
Combination
ton,
of both.
cost per ton's going up.
Plus they're transporting it down to Gaming County, so they're including gas.
Well, no,
Isn't that?
I'm not sure, Kevin, do we end up taking it to out of Gamey, or do we?
We take it there, or does it go to the recovery center?
It's actually a combination. The street sweeping material goes to the transfer station here in town, and the stuff that we'll take out of the storm sewers gets trucked by us to Allegheny County.
Okay.
With that, I think that concludes the stormwater utility. We're going to continue with Public Works, assume administration and and then engineering. Public Works Administration, bear with me, begins on page 1. We've moved it around to give Mr. Godey and Mr. Patek a marathon session tonight. Page 111 is Public Works Administration. Okay. The Public Works budget is proposed to increase approximately 2.5%, primarily due to, almost exclusively due to personnel costs, mostly on the benefit side, about $9,300. No change in staffing, and they're projected to be slightly under budget for 2014. This is basically Mr. Patek, his administrative assistant, and Mr. Godey. There's not much here other than the few $1,000s for various auto allowance and conference and training. The bulk of Public Works operations is really in engineering, and then Mr. Ewan's here for the field operations. If there are no questions, I would suggest we move on to engineering, because engineering's a larger component. Engineering begins on page 115. The budget is proposed to increase by about $32,000 or 2.81%, primarily personnel costs. But there are some reductions because of the moving around of personnel. There's a lead engineer. Is that where some of that's getting farmed out to the
That was in
utilities?
capital improvement.
They're moved to capital improvement?
No, it already was. This is the program where under the other options, there is a position shown to be eliminated.
Okay.
The actual engineering personnel is not proposed to change as funded in the budget. What happens is we've had a couple people that are moving either from single to dual or family coverage on the health insurance, so a pretty substantial increase with that next year.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong line. Michael. Yeah, it's primarily health insurance on the engineering side. The staffing is 11.7 personnel, going to continue.
This budget had a reduction of one staff person last year. There's an option for another one this year. I guess that would be called the worst-case situation. But we currently are down actually 3 people. We have one vacant position, one position that Steve Brand took over for operations for utility, and one person that was lost last year. But our capital improvement program has changed. This year was a lower, smaller amount program, and now we're starting to ramp up again with the changes in the capital improvement program. Because the central garages are getting done, so there's more money available to do streets.
I'll jump in. Additionally, some of the other projects we've picked up this year with the smaller items are some of the completing the Southwest Industrial Park plans, working closely with community development on developing the aviation plans, staffing available. We will have staff out to do inspection on those projects as well versus having to hire a consultant to, at least on the Southwest Industrial Park, complete the inspection.
And that's would be our comment on for that page X. If actually we show a possible reduction in expenditures, but then I think there could also be a reduction in revenue because we wouldn't be doing some of the inspection duties on some of those projects.
Essentially, the engineering division is sort of an internal service operation for the utilities and the capital improvement program, as well as other departments. But it's a mini engineering business, and we get a good deal of reimbursement for the costs that are in this program, and that's pretty substantial if you take a look at some of the revenue detail.
And Steve, on the health insurance, that occurred because the change in plan?
Yes, we have one individual that recently was married, and we know is expecting family's expecting a child next year, so they're going up to the family plan from, I believe they were moved, at the 14 budget, they may have still been single when it was proposed. They went from single to dual to family over the course of 2 years now. And I believe we have another staff person that also has just had a child this last year, so that's getting bumped in there as well.
When that happens, those are big increases.
They are, and they're
18%.
They're out of our control in that we don't dictate people's life decisions.
Why not?
They try to work them overtime as much as they can, but there's a limit. They do eventually meet somebody.
And then we just have to be aware of that, because
Yes.
when we talk about our plans and plan design and where health insurance is going,
Yeah, whenever
there are it is partially under our control over time, not in terms of where.
Yeah, all joking aside,
Because that's a big issue for us.
when we have a vacancy, the dilemma is, what do you budget it at? And so we typically budget at the family plan because we don't ultimately know. Then after we do that, we move it back, but then should that situation, we get somebody else and they go to a single plan because we hired them, they were single, and then after a couple of years, things change. That has happened, and you'll see it mostly in the smaller departments. And this is sort of a small to moderate sized department. One change can have a pretty substantial difference. This was 2 changes. It's very substantial.
At the same time, we may see someone come onto our health insurance, but one of our employees may get married and move off our insurance to their spouse's insurance. So you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. And so to try and just focus on the one end of it is a little bit silly, because we've got, like I say, you've got other people that will be moving off of our plans onto someone else's plan. So it's...
The problem is when we look at our plans, we don't seem to see as many moving off as
moving
on. We seem to be getting one side of that equation, not both sides of that equation.
They
don't even out for us.
When we get into administrative services tomorrow evening, we'll be talking about the health insurance fund, and those issues are on a more global basis. We do need to have that discussion and share that information with the council. If there's no questions anymore on engineering, the next budget begins on page 119. That's the streets budget. That's one of Mr. Ewan's accounts. It's proposed to actually decrease about $98,000, about 3.61%. Mr. Ewan's division has probably undergone more turnover than most divisions. A lot of it has to do with the wage study, where either employees move from this position to other positions, or the turnover is greater because Mr. Ewan's found that with a lower starting wage, when somebody gets some experience, we lose them with a greater frequency than we have before. The downside is we don't hang on to employees as long. The upside is that if you take a look at page 123, you'll see that under just one line item, the equipment operator position, that's going down by $100,000 because the starting wages for those positions are much lower. But again, as I point out, Mr. Ewan has experienced greater turnover than he had from before. But there's part of our reduction there. I will also point out that with turnover that Mr. Ewan's experienced, one of the budget cuts that we did put in here was what we're calling salary savings. It was a number of was it 1%? I think we took a look at just
2%.
2%. Thank you, Dave. I remember you would remember that. But factoring in with turnover that we would have some savings on full-time personnel not being there. So we assigned a negative number to help offset some of the costs without doing an actual reduction, recognizing that whenever you have turnover, you're going to have some savings with a vacancy that's not unlike the refuse where you have people on every single day. Mr. Ewan's crews may or may not get filled all the time. So there's a negative number in there for that. That is also a reflection of the costs there, and you can see that the cost is down by over $100,000.
But it's, I noticed though, obviously in those kind of situations, overtime can go up and will go up, and it looks like you're experienced an increase in overtime this year over the budget. That when these
Due to shorthanded.
Oh, right. No, I assume so. That's the case. Do you have any idea with so many positions in this department, Kevin, going into 2015, if there's going to be some more stability, I guess, with those positions, or is that
I would hope
difficult
so.
to tell?
Right now, we have one opening that we're looking to fill. Have going through the process right now, but I would hope that things stabilize, because like Mark mentioned, it becomes quite cumbersome. Bring in these young people and train them and stick around, and then they head out again, and primarily due to the wage issue.
So on page XI, there are the three items shown that this division had a reduction for overtime, a reduction for the 2%, and a reduction under the contracted snow services.
So XI would have been in your packet that you received in your folder tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, the big issue with the street division, obviously, is the new Public Works Field Operation Facility. We're working on Phase 2. I think the contractor is telling us shortly after the first of the year we'll be done with Phase 2. We're hopeful. We have a lot of equipment spread around all over the place, so I think Kevin has done a great job keeping operations going. I know we have weekly construction meetings with the contractor, and he reminds them all the time that he has to keep operating while they're doing what they're doing on the site. So we will have a Phase 3 as part of the CIP to build salt storage and cold or minor heat. We call it cold storage, but it has a low heat building that will be done in 2015. But if you drive by our facility on Witzel, you'll see it's got a lot of work going on, and the street division crews have helped out with a lot of different things as far as working on some landscaping that was taken out of the construction budget to put in for next year when we rebid the Phase 3. So there's different things he's been working on through the whole year, and actually for a year and a half probably now. So,
Sir, and I know we're going to be talking about the central garage budget next, but between central garage and streets, were there any exorbitant operating expenses this year associated with accommodating your staff and crews and equipment for the construction? And then I guess next year and for future years, are there any anticipated efficiencies?
Well, we always had the sanitation division was always in a separate building on 4th Ave, so that didn't change. I mean, we kept using the salt shed that the county rents to us off of Knapp Street. We still had the fortunately, we were able to use some space behind the senior center. So our operations haven't changed to see the efficiency that we will next year when all those crews are going to be able to be operating out of one building. I mean, we had issues where, if you were able to look at our building right now, you could see like there's the first part of the sanitation bay, which sanitation can't use. It's now the area where the sign storage is. So we're making use of the building that as we can, and where we can't use the building, we've got equipment parked over on Sawyer Street at the old Army Reserve building, or we've got equipment parked over at the sanitation building. We've got equipment all over the place, and we're hoping to get a lot of it back before winter. But we always had kind of a disjointed operations because we didn't have enough space in the old building.
I think part of Sean's question was what savings do we anticipate once we get into the facility as well?
Right, yeah. But it's not costing any more money this year
no.
to accommodate that. And then, yeah, that was part 2 of the question, and that may come more with the central garage budget discussion.
Yeah, I think it will, and I think, I think Kevin and his folks are going to realize what efficiencies they'll have once they get going. They'll say, oh my gosh, we don't have to do this or that anymore. And I think that will come to pass. And, there's certain things that get contracted out that Kevin's folks could do. I think Kevin could find himself being a greater service to the rest of the city once people realize, and once he realizes where the capability of his folks, because the logistics of just putting a truck into the garage was nightmarish. Now it's going to be pull in, drop your blade, let's get to work. So much more efficient and just less time consuming. Kevin's going to realize a lot. The utility side, interestingly enough, WPS took a look at it, and based on what we were paying and how inefficient the old building was, we're not anticipating any increase in utility costs. Even with that significantly larger facility, it's almost going to be a push, and that's what we're budgeting for, is a push. Shall we go to the main event with Central Garage, which is largely large support for Kevin's division. The budget is proposed to increase about 2.3%, or about $46,000. Personnel is actually going down a little bit. It's primarily increases in fuel costs. That was a 2014 increase, but we are seeing some increases in 2015 in fuel as well.
Diesel and gasoline.
You can see we're using more CNG. Kevin and his folks have embraced the concept of using compressed natural gas. They look at it, and I think they encourage other departments to look at it. The answer isn't always CNG, but we do take a look at that, and I think the ones where we have switched to, we're generally pleased with the results we're getting. But as you can see on page 128, the diesel fuel, for example, we had a budget of $410,000 this year. We're estimating 2014 at $484,000. We've knocked it down in 2015 to $443,000, but that's still a $33,000 increase when all is said and done. It's a combination of fuel usage as well as the price of gas. Price of fuel has been going down as of late, which is very good, but we don't want to hedge too much on what that's going to be. We got burned this year on that because the price did spike midsummer, and it's only been in the last 6 to 8 weeks that it's really started to subside.
And I think the cold weather probably.
Cold winter didn't help either. Yeah, thank you.
What are we looking at as far as our cost per gallon or whatever?
Do you have that figure, Trina? I know we may have held it at the same price as this year, but we went down on fuel because of what Kevin. We can get that for you.
Yeah. I believe we assumed a slight increase into the fuel, the diesel, the gasoline, and the CNG.
That's fine.
I think it's safe.
But you can see with compressed natural gas how we've just increasingly become reliant on that. And $10,000 in 2012, and we're estimating $77,000 in 2015. And that's not a bad thing. The budget's gone up, but the other line items have been offset by that. So we're very pleased with the results. Kevin and his folks have very much embraced it, and they're looking at every alternative. When we need to replace the recycling trucks in a few years, I have every expectation that not only will they give serious consideration, but my money's on that they'll end up getting CNG vehicles when that's done. This is a big budget, so I encourage you to ask any questions. There's things in here, and anything you have.
I see there's in most of the budgets, it's income continuation insurance. That one's called unemployment insurance.
No, it is. It's actually a program through the state. It's a benefit to the city employees. We call it ICI here. It's a program that's been on what we've called a premium holiday for the last 2 years. And when we began this budget cycle, we had anticipated that premium holiday would end in the 2015 budget process. However, we have had a very pleasant surprise and just notified last week that they will be continuing the premium holiday into 2015.
But what is it?
It's like a form of a disability, is how I would describe it.
So it's like short-term disability. Like a short-term disability. But that's one of the savings that we we'll compile them as the council goes through that. That's one of the savings that you'll see. And it's a little bit here and a little bit there, but it adds up to about $70,000. So that'll be a savings. That'll be a savings that we'll be able to as we're balancing things out, that'll be one of the first things to get thrown into the mix in terms of adjusting. But the day Trina got that news was also the day she got the news about the payment for municipal service, which was down 80. So there's
I was doing the math in my head. I was going to go, well, we won here, we lost here, we net out at zero.
But we're looking at things as time goes on. Even after the budget, we've identified a few more things. We're a little bit to the good right now, but not a lot. Okay. Yeah, Trina wanted me to point out on the gas on page 127, our gas service for 2014 is up pretty high. With everything that was going on this winter, the costs go up, but we are not anticipating an increase in gas service once we're in the new building.
Those utility costs they include the sanitation building over on Fifth, which isn't very efficient, to say the least.
Yeah,
So,
I was going to say.
But this will be its last winter.
this is
A
it.
little leaky sieve over there.
If there's no other questions, Kevin is still sticking around. The next item is garbage. We want to make sure that it's not page 131. We want to garbage collection 141. If you want to just fast forward a little bit. Actually starts on 139. Now it's in its own fund. We changed that around last year. One of our maneuvers with expenditure restraint. The fees and charges are down. Dave can talk about that a little bit. The net levy is going up. The move-in, move-out fee didn't generate as much income as we originally thought it would. I'm not sure, Dave, if that was a matter of adjustment to the new plan, or
We had some recalculation. I think the actual, however we had figured it out, should have been closer to the 2015 proposed.
so the levy's going up, but and that fee revenue isn't as significant.
And if you look back on pages 131, so we had anticipated an increase. You can see that we did have fees of $23,845 and then $27,594. So going up to $44,000 was still 50% increase, but it wasn't
120.
wasn't as high as we thought. I think Kevin could maybe comment, but I think what we're seeing is landlords, especially in the university area, are understanding the need to work with their students, because I think for them it's a huge conflict when when the students leave the mess, we clean it up, send a bill, then the landlord's fighting with the student to recoup the cost. And I think what we're seeing is the landlords are being more proactive. They're knowing that they're going to have this conflict, so don't have this mess out there that the city's going to have to clean up.
And that'll eventually help us, because then that's one less job that Kevin's folks have to do when they're out there.
And that's exactly how we look at it. It's a benefit to us to have the landlords more.
The differential to the pages 131, 39, just so you kind of understand, it used to be in the general fund, so 139 it was created and a new fund was developed last year, so that's why it flows between two pages in the budget.
Otherwise, a lot of the increases, I think if you look, you'll see that since it was a new account, some of the 2000 appropriations were zero, and they now have expenses in them. So workers' compensation, diesel, fuel, compressed natural gas didn't have a cost for 2014, but now they have a cost. And vice versa on 6529 chemicals, because it was a separate building, it had a separate cost. Now that it's all going with the new central garage, it actually has a zero. So everything's a little bit in a state of flux.
Washing out.
Before we get into the new building.
We're holding tight on landfill fees. I mean, we're still hoping that people will continue to do more recycling and that the volume of refuse holds or even goes down.
And we're seeing it's just quite flat. We're not seeing much
Right.
change.
And the fee itself only went up $1 per ton for next year. Well, we take it to the transfer station here, and then they haul it from there.
Where does that program stand?
That's kind of that information I sent out with that strategic plan stuff from a week or two ago, and they still have, I went to a meeting where they still have, say, 10 years left on their 3-county agreement, but they're planning, they want it to go much longer than that. So they have, that's why Winnebago County is developing their own strategic plan versus that 3-county strategic plan. They have to work through all the different issues of recycling and garbage, landfills, and all the different things that are, it's a very good system. Having the 3 counties work together make it a very good system.
Welcome. That was when I was on the county board.
It's I mean, when you...
Oh, it was a great thing to do, all 3 counties working together. All right, Steve, come on.
That MRF, the recycling
Yeah.
facility,
Yeah,
you know, I know that there's an issue where, you know, you can compare us to, say, private landfills or other private companies, and in this case, to have a recycling fee of $5 per ton, I mean, that's, I think Winnebago County does a very good job in cooperation with those other counties.
If there are no other questions, the next budget is recycling, page 133.
And actually, as far as a new program, the county is working on, and I don't know, they've had some delays, but they're working on trying to get more plastics into the program. And that's going to be coming up in the next couple of months, where I think it's right now they take 1 and 2s. They're also going to be taking 4s and 5s. It's just that they have to get all the details done. And when...
Changes at the facility itself to separate them out. So.
We'll be putting that sort of information in our yearly brochure and, you know, advertising to residents. There is a request from the public for additional recycling, and so that's why they went ahead and are proposing that.
There been any discussions about eliminating plastic water? I know they've done it somewhere in California.
As a statewide initiative, yeah, I
Haven't seen it yet.
No, haven't seen it.
You know, the one the one thing that people talk about, I know the city of Madison does a pilot where they collect food waste. Well, that's in our eyes, we don't see that as a very cost-effective program. Actually, Madison, I think, collects food waste and brings it up to the Oshkosh biodigester. But you know, that right now we're going to be emphasizing getting people to recycle more and throw away less. We see that as a better way for us to gain efficiencies in our program.
I know last year when we were discussing the recycling fee, you had provided us with a bit of history as far as the rebate or whatever the city was getting back from the Tri-County for the materials, and obviously the commodity prices associated with those materials had gone down.
Well, if you look on it's on
Page
page
133.
Yeah, the
It's-
miscellaneous line.
At miscellaneous, I mean, just look at that drop, and that's causing, problems for the recycling fund. Even with the recycling fee that we implemented, while we're not recommending an increase in the recycling fee this year, we are going to have to take a look at that as we look to replace our recycling trucks in the next few years. But that $284,000 in 2012 was higher than usual. There's no question about that.
Right.
But we were still in the $150,000 reimbursement on a fairly regular basis. So the market falling out of recyclables has really been the cause of this. It's not that people are recycling less. I think if you take a look, the recycling amount volume is holding pretty steady with even a gradual
It
little
had been going
increase.
up, and now it is quite flat.
So, but even with that flat, the market has just plummeted, and we're only going to get 27,900 in 2014. So we're being very conservative and just saying 30,000, whereas last year we got 71,000, this year 27. So that market has really bottomed out. I don't know how much lower it can go, and that's probably the reason we didn't change it too much. But the market's pretty.
Well, in
Pretty
Winnebago
rough.
County, when we went to their meeting, they said the prices aren't changing. So that's why we couldn't recommend anything other than that 30,000.
Is there any hope for an increase if you're taking more items that can be recycled?
See, for whatever reason, I think when the Jennifer from Winnebago County explains things, there was something going on in China where there was this huge demand, and that's where the 284 went. There was a huge demand, and now that's gone away. And prices, as Mark said, just have
Well, the other
bottomed out.
even you also have the things where package manufacturers, they're thinning out the water bottles, they're doing everything, their materials are becoming less and less. Unit volume recycled is actually growing, but total tonnage is
going down.
actually coming down because of the advances in polymer sciences.
Yeah, squeeze your water bottle, it's a lot flimsier. For us, the real issue is that
Real flimsy.
we typically set money aside for the vehicles, about $170,000 a year, so that we can purchase the replacements, because we pay for our recycling trucks in cash. We don't borrow for those because the life of these trucks are less than 10 years, so you can't borrow for something like that. So our fund balance is starting to take a hit, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Hope the market turns around a little bit, but the aids from the state are flat right now, so we're not anticipating anything there. So we got to keep an eye on that, because in the future we may need to take a look at increasing the recycling fee in order to get ourselves on a replacement schedule, to stay on line with our replacement schedule. But we're a couple years out yet before we have to worry about that. But we'll be having that discussion next year.
Would that be something similar to what Mr. Brand talked about earlier, is $2 this year, $2 next year, $2 the following year, as opposed to $5 coming up in 3 years?
Yeah, we need to take a look at how to steady that. But this was a new fee last year. You took a lot of heat for it, so we just want to see how we do this year. But 2016, we're going to have that discussion.
But it was also so that we didn't have to add this to the levy. I mean, we wanted taxpayers to know they weren't going to be paying for their taxes as opposed to a used.
There are no questions with that. We are actually, do we have any more public works? I don't think we do. Mr. Mayor?
We need a break.
Yeah, I would suggest a break right now. Mr. Ewan, Godey, and Patek can run for the hills.
Try and come back at 10:02?
Yes, and when we get back, we will start with the police department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. Please stay tuned.
We're coming back into session. I think we'll have the police department coming up next, I believe.
Yes, Chief Groyle and staff are here. Police department begins on page 91. We are looking at a 4% increase, about just under $500,000. It's virtually all personnel. We have reached a tentative agreement with the police union, so those costs are reflected in here. There were some reductions in this base budget for some capital outlay that the chief can talk about. Those are on the pages that Trina provided you earlier. We have tried to keep pace with capital outlay replacement, specifically squad cars and those types of vehicles. So I do that reluctantly, but we did knock a couple of vehicles out and some non-personnel, or one vehicle and some non-personnel items. And then there's also on the list of proposed cuts as alternatives, there were some staffing reductions that the chief had listed in there that I reviewed with him and approved as potential options. So Chief can answer questions about his base budget or anything that was cut or is listed as options.
Just off the top, I mean, I'm looking at National Night Out. You're going to 20 neighborhoods next year. It was hard enough to get to the 14 this year. You know, but you're making our life even more difficult?
I understand that. Yeah, it's difficult for us too. Now with the CPEV, it's going to be even more challenging to get there. But that's a good thing if we can expand to 20.
No, that was a fantastic evening.
Yeah, it's always.
And it was great to get out with the community. And
I appreciate seeing most of you out there as well. That's important for that to happen. Before we get started too much, I'd just like to introduce my budget team. This is Office Manager Jim Burrows and the Investigative Services Bureau Captain Cindy Thalberg. Entertain any questions that you might have. It's been a very difficult budget year for us. Obviously, we've made some cuts. It's never our budgets, even though there was a slight increase, it never really funds what all our needs are. And this year was no different than that. And so I can address the items that were cut. The significant part of that, in order to get anything of value out of our budget, it's either going to be people or capital outlay items. And so we lost 2 cars. In addition to that, I had already cut the budget by 1 car before it even got to the city manager. And we've reduced our fleet by another 2 cars, 1 in patrol and 1 in the Investigative Services Bureau. And the danger of that is, as you've seen over a period of time, our vehicle maintenance budget has gone down significantly. And that's because we've been able to maintain a schedule of replacement of our vehicles. We're taking better care of them. We've got some proactive things happening. There's more ownership by the officers. We're not getting as many miles on them. We're using more warranty work. All these things that we're paying attention to, the danger of going backwards by eliminating some cars is very real. But that's what we've done to add to our $66,000, a little over $66,000 in cuts for the budget that you see today.
Chief, what's the, I noticed that grants and aids have gone down, just at least in the last 3 years. What's going on in that environment that's contributing to either lower dollar amounts being available or more competitive or harder to get?
It's less money that's available. And some of it is more competitive. 2010, we got a $256,000 grant from the JAG, the Justice Assistant Grant, which is kind of based on the UCR crime reporting. So if your stats go up, you might have more money, those kinds of things. There's more to it than that. But we've seen since then it dwindling. And this past year, that was approved by the council a month or 2 ago, was a $23,000 grant. And so that's probably most that we're going to start seeing. And that's for equipment. But on the state level, for enforcement activity, in the past we used to see a lot of grants for alcohol, pedestrian safety, bicycle safety, speeding enforcement, and that's all but gone away. We know we've got a $25,000 grant for overtime for alcohol enforcement to be used between now, October, and September of next year. We think we may be eligible for a speeding grant, but it's not a year-long grant anymore. It's really reduced down to summer months or 2 or 3 months out of the year, very specific criteria and less dollars. It's just drying up. Chief, on some of the options to reduce on the levy, you got a hiring freeze. What's your anticipated officers going out on retirement this year? Do you have any coming up for 2015, or do you have any that have announced they're going to be leaving?
Yeah, we had a 2 unanticipated retirements this year, which kind of impacted us a little bit in our personnel costs. We have complete knowledge of 1 officer leaving for sure in 2015. We anticipate as many as 3 potentially, but we know 1 is going in February.
Are these kind of spread out? Are they patrol division, detective investigators, et cetera? Because I think the officers in the street's a critical thing.
Right.
Is what's happened last month, for example, in the university area is a classic example. So losing patrol officers would be a concern of mine.
Well, I certainly don't want to either. One of the 2% in personnel reductions would be delaying the hiring or replacement officer vacancy. I do have concerns about that. I think that's a real cause and effect. I think it's at a time when I think we're understaffed to begin with. Historically, we've been very low-staffed per capita, one of the lowest staffed departments in the state for population over 30,000. And I think it's a dangerous road to go down. I think we should be at 104 officers, to be honest with you. We were at 101 officers in 2001, and we've gone down. The reason why this was submitted is that it prevents us from having to lay someone off or terminate employment, in that it would be a vacancy that would just be delayed. However, with that comes the potential for increased overtime, decreased availability of officers for special events, maybe the likelihood of having to order in officers more, less attention to our neighborhoods, and there's a real cause and effect. I mean, 1 officer can really make a difference in the organization and their proactivity in the neighborhoods, and so not filling one of those positions is going to have a dramatic increase at a time when our demands for our services are going up.
And you mentioned hiring new officers or freeze. Roughly how long is your transition of, by the time you hire a new officer, by the time he gets through his field training, et cetera, how many months is he pretty much not usable, in a sense?
Well, from vacancy to hiring used to take us about 4 months. And under Captain Thaldorf's tutelage, when she was the administrative captain, we reduced that down to the point where now we have an eligibility list and people that are ready to be hired. So assuming we fill that vacancy right away, if they are not recruit school certified, they get sent to recruit school for 520 hours. It'll be increasing to 700 hours, so they're gone for about 4 months. Then they come in and they get put into a 14-week field training program, riding with various FTOs, so that's another 3 months. So in a sense, if they're not certified already, we may not see them solo for 7 to 8 months.
Okay. Now, you've had some layoffs in your civilian staff. Is that what you're proposing to lay off this time around again? Or is it going to be...
Well, I'm not hoping to lose any people.
Well, I mean, let's just say you put it out there. So is it in the civilian side or is it in the sworn officer side?
What we proposed as part of that 2%, which is about $168,000 from our personnel costs, is the elimination of 1 full-time position. Now, this person is the ISB secretary or the court liaison clerk, a very valued employee, a very long-term employee by us. That's very valued. But when you're talking about having to make up $168,000 or 2%, you kind of look for wage impact. And the detriment to that, losing that, is this employee, she's really the only person that deals with processing of juvenile reports. By CALIA accreditation requirements, we have to separate our juvenile and adult records. And so she deals with a lot of our, or all of our juvenile reports and storage of those, such as TPCs, court referrals, those kinds of things. She handles the tracks paperwork for citations as it relates to juvenile. All that work would have to be reassigned to someone. We'd have to look at quality control of our juvenile arrests, assigning to someone else. There would likely be delays in those reports getting to either the district attorney's office, the city attorney's office, juvenile intake. There would be significant delays in our timelines for that. Data entry of all of the detectives' narratives get transcribed by this person. That would have to be reassigned, likely adding to the backlog of reports waiting to be data entered. That's not a good thing because it delays assignments of cases to detectives. So if we have a major crime and that report is not typed up, it hinders our detectives' ability to investigate. Right now, our drug task force officers dictate all those reports into ACES or into our RMS. It gets duplicated in ACES, which is the drug unit records management system, and those get data entered by this employee. The clerical function for the detectives and the investigators, that would go away, would have to be reassigned to someone. Background checks on licenses, such as taxi cabs, bartender's license, those things that get presented for approval from the police department, would have to be reassigned to somewhere else and add to the burden of other people's workload.
Sounds like she does the work of about 6 people.
She's very efficient in the job that she does. And so,
well, I guess that positions aren't going anywhere.
the downside as well, from a human perspective side of that, is she would be eligible to fully retire in a year or 2. I thought she was already, but she's not. And so it would be a shame, to lose that close to retirement.
Well, all right, that being said, and you said you felt you were already below the number of officers you feel for your sites department. Take that to Jim's staff. Is he below? Then you must be below staff in your civilian ranks then, too. For what
I think
is now required, especially for your certifications.
We're a lean, mean fighting machine. Okay. And there's not too much more, I don't think, that can be squeezed out of it without severe impact to serve.
Yeah. Well, and
just very simplistically, because the chief's already talked about his officers per 1,000, and I think the staffing, the support staff probably goes along the same lines, but 95% of his budget's personnel. So, I mean, you can sit and go through all the line items on the non-personnel side, and, to the council's credit, the investment in the vehicles has helped on the maintenance side.
Right.
It doesn't even do justice. You have to have one prior year, because we were spending $70,000, $80,000 a year on maintenance costs. So most of the chief's increase in non-personnel side has actually been offset by the savings that he's achieved in on maintenance side. But there are some mandates. They may not qualify as the mandates Mr. Peck has asked staff to put in, but there are things that we need to do in terms of training. And you can just take a look at the non-personnel budget, because that's when you're getting into the just expenses of the department. It's not a great deal. You've got some contractual services that have a lot to do with communications, and the chief can probably get into better detail, but there are a few areas where there's increases that are just there. With the new communications equipment, we have some increased costs. The use of technology, our phone costs are going up, I believe, with that. So there's a handful of things there, but it's 5% of his entire budget. It's so minimal. I won't say it's not worth talking about, because every department's expenditure is worth talking about, but it's mostly personnel.
And quite honestly, the budget that we presented to you is lower than the budget we had for operating costs in 1998. And so between 1993 and this year, there have been 6 budgets that have been higher than this year's proposed budget. The costs that the city manager indicated is we just transferred over to a 700 megahertz radio communications system that mandated all new portables, all new mobile radios for the law enforcement and fire agencies in Winnebago County. And with that came a mandate that every other year, 2015 being the first one for us, that all of those radios need to be touched, reprogrammed, updated, and to the tune of $19,000 some. So that was a cost we didn't have. So when you're trying to maintain at a 0% increase or whatever, that means other tools that we need to provide go away because of that mandate. And you know, there are a number of those kinds of things. In the training budget, there's an increase in our training, in our budget request for training this year because officer recertifications come due. And, you know, in our succession planning, we want to send managers to some executive level schools that are offered. You know, so these are the things that's very difficult to balance when.
On the personnel side, again, I just a couple quick questions that I had. And the lieutenant's salary, I noticed there's an increase from this year to last. Is that part of the increase that we had approved last year? So there's a $55,000 gain in the lieutenant's?
10% on the lieutenant's lines.
Yeah, I think some of that is the built-in assumption of the pay increase. There might be some.
That's $11,000 per employee. That's what I'm wondering. It's
health insurance changes in there. You know the.
No, it's not the health insurance. So it's a good question.
Well, it'd be almost equivalent with the sergeants too.
Yeah, and there are some steps in there that you know, if they're not at the top rank, that there might be some step increases with that. I'm sorry.
It's the value of the steps, because not only is the police contract has a larger amount between the steps for the increase. Sorry, Jim, were you?
Some of them are up to 6% in step increases as well. As your normal
Steps?
pay increase.
6% alone.
Some of them are. They range anywhere, I believe, from 3.8 to 6 point something.
But lieutenants and above are not under that contract that's tentatively approved, right?
Right.
The 2.5.
Sergeants and lieutenants are
Separate.
Oh, they are on a.
not part of that contract, but they're kind of meet and confer, and typically they've been treated the same way. Captains and myself are non-represented.
Yeah, because just the salary increases from those people is over 13%. Just with wage, no health increase or anything. You take the health benefit and put that on top. The compensation increases for those people are going to be up.
Therein lies some of the compression issues that are really concerning to me from a succession planning perspective.
So there are other salary things in here besides wage increases? So there are adjustments, salary adjustments?
No.
No, I don't think.
Okay, that's what I'm asking, what you said.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out how we
I'm
get
conferring with
13
Trina.
or 14% increase in the base wage.
Yeah. The base wage here is going up about 10%. In this contract, steps, in this specific union
I'm
contract,
just looking at the numbers here.
it's a 6% increase. There are steps that are 6%. This is not the non-represented employees. This is the represented unit that's there. So it's a 6% step in between. But I think we should look at this. It strikes me as a little high as well, because we've budgeted 2.5% for an across the board. Even if the steps are 6%, that would only be 8.5%. And this looks to be more like a 11% increase. Yeah.
Right there, it's actually one's 14% and the other's 12%. Really, combination about 13%.
And then on the sergeants, I was going to ask as well, are we adding a sergeant? I was going to say, just like the number that was budgeted
We did
for this
add
year.
a sergeant. We reallocated the special operations. Used to be an officer. This year was moved to sergeant.
All right, thanks.
As for special events, that person does need to direct during special events, and we felt that person needed to be in a position of authority.
Yeah, we've changed some responsibilities where he's actually in charge of some people and does give direction to officers at special event. We didn't think it was appropriate
Well, that had been a ranked position at one time, and then it went to
It had
officers,
been.
but,
Is
yeah.
is that, and that would account then for that number of officers changing by one as
Correct.
well?
Yep.
Does that create a shortage then of one officer, or not necessarily?
No, because his assignment, he wasn't directly on the road. It was overseeing special events and doing the planning and coordination of special events, so it's just, the title matches the job description.
I know we're not going to get into real specifics of numbers and options at this point, but I think with what the chief has explained with his budget and everything, and the number of personnel, I don't see any kind of layoffs would be appropriate here, but we do need to look at that salary in the budget part to make sure those are accurate numbers in there. But I've said it since I've been on council, my strongest support has always been I believe the taxpayers support strong police, strong fire, and strong public works, and those are the three main things I think as a council we owe to the citizens of Oshkosh, and I don't see eliminating any of these, but we're not quite to that point, so I won't talk any more about that. But the overall budget looks very good. Wish we could give more.
Let me ask a question. I just want to get the numbers of employees right. Current budget employees is 128.49, and you're looking at 128.49 next year.
Correct.
So there's no reduction in employee, no net reduction.
No.
So there's no net reduction in employee.
Correct, but it's on the
It's on the
tentative
options page.
options.
I mean, it's on a possible option. Right, no, I understand.
$400,000 in overtime, is any of that billed back?
Yeah, if you look at that, what we estimate to be year-end 520, most of that is recouped in special events. And in fact,
That's part of the fees and charges on page 91. You'll see that for this year, for example, the estimated budget was $885,000. Chief projects about $947,000, or roughly about $65,000 more. So a large part of that overtime's being made up there.
that's right.
Would that 400 come out of the 12 million? You've got total personnel, 12 million,
The overtime's part of the $12 million in personnel.
that comes out, that should
It
be,
gets offset by revenues that are on page 91.
That's right.
it's only 11 million.
Nets out to 11. Yeah.
Should that number be reflected here?
That's why we have the summary page on 91, so we can show you that we have those fees and charges that offset that. So you'll see the total revenues of $1,157,000 and expenditures of $12,590,000. And the chief and I have long discussions about how he's meeting his revenue goals, and he knows that that's important for the net cost of this department. And as you can see, he's been very attentive to that.
What about for special events in which, we have to use services, but may or may not get paid? Is that factored into 2015 at all?
Well, the only time we charge for extraordinary services, and that's personnel on overtime or signs and cones. And I'm not aware of any event where there have been police charges where that hasn't been paid. Now, I'm not sure what the status of pub crawl is.
That would be kind of what I'm referring to.
I'm
We're
not
planning
sure
to get
what-
reimbursed, if that's your question.
That's
But again, but
But otherwise, our costs have been covered.
Yeah, I just was wondering, in regards to that, based on, and I haven't seen any, anything indicating what it costs, in police services for now the fall up crawl. And if we don't get paid, are we factoring that into the budget going into 2015 times 2?
For the fall was $4,717, and we expect to get paid.
Okay.
This might be for Trina. The the income continuation insurance, 6312, we show zeros for every year, but 2015, we're showing 17.3. Is that what you were talking about earlier?
Yes. Yep.
You're going to see that number everywhere, and we're going to be able to pull that out. When we come back with options for you, this is number one option because we know we're getting a premium holiday, so.
Okay.
At the time we put the budget together, we didn't know that. We literally just found out last week, so that'll be,
What is that going to be?
it'll be about 70,000 in the general fund. But I want to offset it with, for example, the loss in payment for municipal services. So when we come back to you with any ups and downs, right now we're to the good because we got a couple more things that we, as we've been getting some more information, I think we can.
But, all right, so for 2015, it's good to go, but is that something we're going to be seeing as a budgeted item down the line?
Oh, we've budgeted and then taken it out. We just got the notice later this year. Usually in July, when we're starting the budget process, we include ICI. But usually in September, we've been getting the notice that we've gotten the premium holiday. We didn't get the notice this year, so we said, well, we got to keep it in.
So we can pretty much figure that we'll get that every year then? Or we don't know that? And we actually have to be prepared to have that as a budgeted item?
We need to be prepared to add it. And if we get good news, we'll pull it out. So we got good news. It was just a little later than we normally get it. Yeah, just to answer a previous question, the fall pub crawl, about $5,200.
Oh, they had one? Oh, no.
That was the spring pub crawl. Fall one, I think, is 4717.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Actual is 47.
It was 47. The estimate, chief puts together an estimate pre-event.
We
and
came in
post-event.
lower than what we estimated the cost would be.
Okay, should we go forward?
Yep.
Anything else for chief?
Just a question on 94, the medical supplies. Been at zero for a couple of years, and now we're at $1,600. What medical supplies are you carrying with you now?
I think that's more of a case where that was reallocated to a different line item. It was the hazmat stuff that we carry in the cars, the bandages,
Okay.
the gauzes, those kinds of things, and we were told that that was not the appropriate line item, so it got moved.
Okay, thank you.
That wasn't safety equipment, is what you're saying, Scott?
Right.
Again, I think you sort of explained it in some of your conversations, but in the maintenance of the machines, equipment, maintenance of the computer, last year it was like 4,300. This year it's like 40,000, although you ended up spending 11,000 on the maintenance. Is that the radio system you were talking
That
about?
is the radio system, the difference there, yes. And
So that's,
some items got moved from 6401 to 6427 line item, such as our Clear investigative online software, our CAD mining software. It was a movement. Finance advised us that wasn't the appropriate line item, so it got moved. So it shows some different charges.
If there's no other questions, the police department, the next budget is animal care, page 97. It's pretty much remained at $74,200 for the last several years. We have not had an active renewal of our contract, but we just keep we keep making that payment, and so I don't have anything other to report than that's just a status quo contract that we have with the Humane Society. If there's no questions, the next budget is auxiliary police. There's no change proposed on page 99. It's $4,800. It's really just support costs for the auxiliary police that, quite honestly, I want to say it before you do, Scott, because when you think of special events, these folks offset the cost of any major special event that exists in the city. They do it for nothing. They are complete volunteers. The dedication of this group is phenomenal. Name the special event that has any level of crowd control, and they're providing it. So even when you get complaints about people saying the costs are too much, the costs would be drastically more if it wasn't for these folks doing this work.
I did note, though, they have a bike patrol team they started this year.
Yeah,
Are those,
we put them out for extra visibility on bikes, and they report things to us. And
are those
sometimes a citizen doesn't know the difference between the auxiliary and us, and it acts as a deterrent. And
are they? Is that their own bikes, or they're your
they
department's
purchased it
bikes?
out of the money that's been provided to them and other donations that they've received. But I just want to reinforce that we really are the envy of a lot of law enforcement agencies. The contingency of auxiliary that we have is unheard of in most agencies, and the long-term stability that we've had with them. They put in over 3,500 volunteer hours to help us in various capacities. We wouldn't be nearly as effective as we are without that group. So this is really a...
How many officers do you have in that unit?
They're
Roughly?
currently around 40, and they're trying to build that a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Money well spent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the next budget, I'm going to ask the chief to give a little more detail because he's had a lot of collaboration with the school district. It's a crossing guard budget. It's page 101. The budget's actually down, but they've been doing a lot of different things with changes in the school schedule, but a lot of good cooperation from the school district. So, Chief, if you could explain
Yeah, it's
that.
been a real good teamwork approach, and it was led by Captain Thaldorf and Sergeant Harris, who really took a look at our crossing guard program and where the crossing guards are located, and it was really prompted by the fact that the school district had changed their hours, and they were providing breakfasts at various times, and they kind of expanded that program, and great collaboration with the school district as well. But we saw some increases potentially in the budget because of those expanded hours, and we had an agreement with the school district last year where they paid the overage of our budget, but it was like a one-year agreement. So we knew we had to take a look at things. So I tasked the captain and the sergeant to kind of study child counts, look at our locations, make sure we've got crossing guards in the appropriate locations. And that was the first phase. And we looked at that, and we try and look at our locations by speeds, by width of roadways, by child counts, by traffic patterns, all various things, traffic signals, lack of signals. And we really determined at that point that we think we've got the crossing guards in the appropriate locations. So then we took a look at what can we do with the hours potentially in order to reduce some of those costs. And we did see that in some locations we're servicing the elementary schools very well, but we're too far out to be really making an impact on the middle schools, and we were really extending their work days beyond the elementary schools to cover middle school crossings. And we, based on our counts and based on patterns and parents bringing kids and the older kids, we ended up reducing hours for crossing guards at those far out locations that weren't really aiding the middle schools at all. So between last year's budget and this year's budget, it amounts to about almost a $36,000 savings. So even though there are less hours accumulated for the crossing guards, we think it's prudent to make that move. Our year-end projection is going to come under budget because we implemented that at the first of this school year, the start of this school year. And so the overall impact in 2015 should be going from about $114,000 down to $78,000 plus. And we don't think we're jeopardizing safety at all.
Is this something down the line, Chief, that you think could be shifted to the school district as a responsibility of the school district to provide the crossing guards
They would have
versus
to
the
agree
police
to
department?
They would have to agree to it because state law doesn't mandate that they do. So municipalities Some have gone to private entities and with mixed results on that and not a real cost savings and lack of local ownership. And so if there are problems, staffing issues, they don't really get covered. If we have a staffing issue, we will assign a CSO to it or an officer, which isn't the best use, but sometimes we have to do that. In a privatization of it, those things don't happen. They uncovered more often, and that jeopardizes safety. But the bottom line is the school's not mandated by law to do that. We are.
Do you also provide the little flashers on the cones and all that as well? I don't see anything in here for that. Do you have extras available if one were to be hit or?
Yeah, and that would come out of our supplies, that we would provide those things if we need to, and sometimes we get them donated. We've really pulled back on the equipment that we do issue the crossing guards, but the safety signs, the cones, and those things really come out of our budget. This budget really just deals with
In any of the budget that's under you, is the DARE program still in there?
the DARE program is funded entirely by donations, except for the wages of the officers and the manpower hours that we pay for out of our regular budget. DARE is completely funded by donations and fundraising done by a citizen advisory.
But the officer that does it, is that still in here?
It's in our regular budget, yes. Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't be listed as a DARE officer, it's
Right,
a school liaison
Yeah.
officers, the
PSLOs are or regular officers.
Okay.
The last budget in the police department is on page 259. It's a special fund. It's intended to cover the separate accounting for proceeds from state and federal grants, and the budget is proposed at $40,000 next year. There are some grants that that they're receiving. You see that we got some grants this year, and there's a little bit of carryover money. Chief, I'm not sure if you've got anything to add to that. It's probably alcohol enforcement.
It is for the alcohol enforcement. We plan on doing about 504 hours of enforcement, strictly geared towards getting impaired motorists off the road. It'll be about 30 to 32 different deployments, generally around the holidays, graduation at college and high school, special events like Country USA, Rocky USA, EAA, some of the major events with extra officers out there looking specifically for impaired drivers.
And then the last police department budget is the asset forfeiture fund, page 261. That's as the police department gets involved in arrests that result in seizure of assets. We don't get a lot of money from that, but when we do, we will expend money out of this fund. We're just budgeting $5,000 out of that fund. We got about $12,000 in it right now.
Yeah, most of it is a result of drug seizures. The Drug Task Force executed 52 drug warrants in the last year, which is significant. And we've been able to maximize some of the seizures. Every time we file a claim, to forfeit what was seized, there's some filing charges. It's generally about $190 each, and then some of the seizures have been several $1,000s. By law, we have to provide 30% of that to a school fund. It's kind of pooled into a state school fund and gets divvied how they use it. I don't know, but so we have to share some of that money. But we've been able to purchase drug-related equipment for drug investigations outside of the budget by using this asset forfeiture money. There's very strict rules of how it can be used. Only law enforcement can use it, and there's very strict guidelines as to what it can be used on.
And that's why we account for it separately, so there's no question.
This is probably not in this part of it, but where does the mobile command post kind of come under that? I know there was a public-private partnership with the foundation.
Yeah, that came out of the CIP for this year.
Okay.
And a third of that was funded, as you recall, with the stipulation that we raised the rest of the money.
Right.
And we got into that great partnership with the Oshkosh Area Community Foundation, which raised the two-thirds needed for it. So that would have been this year's CIP.
Okay.
Just one general question. It's come up the last couple of days, and next week I'm meeting with the student government at the university, so you can guess what the topic is.
Sure.
The events over there, do we see that as a short-term limited phenomena or a bigger phenomena? I know there's a lot of angst over there. I'll be asked about that.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's a short term, but we see that happening, and we've got to, not to say that this is directly related to drugs, because we don't know the motivations. We have made an arrest and look like we're clearing up 2 of those. We've got some other things in the works, hopefully, to expand that. But these things seem to come and go, and with the drug addiction problem that we have in this community, we see a spike in violent crime to kind of support that drug habit or get the means to support that drug habit. We have done some things from a procedural standpoint, officer saturation, undercover, without getting too detailed and disclosing too much. I think we are hoping that that's the last of it, at least in the short term, but we're not immune to violent crime. Our violent crime is down, our property crime is up, and these are things that seem to go in cycles. We're hoping that's the end of it in the long term. But this has been a bad month.
You have.
If there's no other questions for Chief, our next department's community development.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis and Company. The first budget's going to be the assessor's budget. Page 191. There's a few changes here because of some changes in staffing. Mr. Schwer was retired, and Mr. Davis is proposing some changes on a contractual basis, but dollar-wise, we haven't changed the position. It's still in the budget, but in the interim, he's looking at a contractual situation until we evaluate that and see how it goes.
So you're leaving on the table organization, but you don't know if you're going to eventually fill it or go, because we commercial contract out now, right?
We contract out for our commercial assessing, and right now, as an interim move, we're contracting for our statutory assessor. There's a requirement that we have a statutory assessor, but it doesn't require that person to be a city employee. So we're using CLT, the firm that does our contractual work, as our statutory assessor, and we're going to take it through this assessing season and evaluate it and see where we go from there. So I don't want to take away the credit. Alan's been working very hard on this since these changes started to happen.
And those are all not reflected in this budget. This budget was put together before the retirement. So there's some things that we haven't completely allocated all the duties amongst staff and the contractors. So things will change. But at this point in time, my best guess right now is I'm going to need close to the same amount of dollars to do the job next year, regardless of how the reorganization turns out. In the interim, Mr. Luke Alger is now the deputy assessor, and he takes care of the day-to-day divisional duties. But we do have the contract assessor, who will be the statutory assessor, who will sign the roll and attend all the board of review types of things and answer all the questions, both on residential and commercial. In the past, they just handled commercial. We'll still have staff in-house that will take care of the residential maintenance and the personal property, but the contract assessor will make the final determination on all the values for the city for board of review and the tax roll. And
does that kind of hamper our flexibility by doing it that way?
Flexibility.
I mean, citizens' concerns.
Responsiveness?
Oh.
Yeah. I guess that would be more the word than I was looking for.
We still have staff that most of it is going to be residential related, and all the existing appraisers can handle the residential. There could be some cases when we get to open book or board of review that CLT will have to take a more active role, but on the day-to-day things, 90+% of it's going to be residential that can be handled by existing staff, and they have done that in the past. Okay. So they're used to that.
Towards that end, on page 194, you're going to notice a sizable increase in overtime. We really need to get to our residential reassessment. Even though our assessed ratio, by law, that's what drives what we're supposed to do in terms of reassessment, but because of everything that's happened out in the market over the past 7 to 8 years, we have not done a full residential revaluation. The staff is going to begin the process to collect data in preparation for a full-blown assessment. And I wanted to mention that. And then there's one item not on the agenda, after Alan talks about this, that I want to talk about as well.
Yeah, we're supposed to be at 100% equalized assessed value. That's the target. And right now, we're within a percent or two of that, for both residential and commercial. But based on the anecdotal evidence at this point, we think that residential is it might still be close to 100, but the coefficient of dispersion or the standard deviation is getting broader. So instead of everything's nice and tight to the 100%, we're starting to spread out farther and farther, and there's some neighborhoods that we think are overvalued and some neighborhoods that are undervalued. And we're going to be examining that and coming back with some recommendations to try to flatten that out and bring
More of a bell
all the
shape.
residential classifications and commercial classifications right. A tighter bell, at least.
So even though statistically, by law, we're okay, we know just from this anecdotal.
After 10 years, it's dispersing more.
Yeah.
In the process, you do not look at the current or the most recent sale price of a home, do you?
No, we don't. You're not allowed to chase sales. I mean, so we can take that into account when they reevaluate or revalue the property, but that is something that's prohibited.
So it's long overdue. The other one that we'll talk about a little bit tomorrow night, I just want to point it out, there's some software that is way behind in getting updated. And what's the name of it, Alan?
IAS World is the assessment software.
Yeah.
That we've been trying to get that funded for probably 6 or 7 years. It started before I even got here. So.
Oh, okay. I thought they were going to say 6 years, which means I've been saying no every year, which is true.
I think that's right.
But I think we've reached the point where the software, I mean, Tony demonstrated it to me, so we'll talk a little bit about it. But it's about assessing, but it's in Tony's operating budget because he'll be purchasing and managing that project. And that we made that decision before Stephen left, but we think it's an IT issue, and Tony's going to be the one probably taking the lead on it.
Well,
correct.
If we got properties that haven't been assessed in 10 years, we could be behind in what property taxes we could be collecting on properties that might be valued more now than they were, or less.
It's really more a distribution. It's the pie isn't going to increase with revaluation. The pie, how the slices of the pie work, are really what's going to change. It could be argued that if somebody whose property value has not increased as much as others is paying more of a proportionate share than they should be, and it's the fairness issue that's really at stake here, and that's why we have to take a look at this because. Like I said, statistically, we meet the state's standard because we're at 101%, and we've been maintaining that within a couple percentage points of one another. So even though legally we're okay, we know that statistically that this is out of kilter, and we can't let it continue any longer.
How long does that process take? It takes a couple of years.
Typically, we could get it done anywhere from 1 to 2 years is my expectation.
Couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
But our staff that we have on board, they are residential. They're the pros at residential, so they can do this work over the next year and get us ready to get it fully completed in 2016.
It's a totally different formula that's used than we would use in real estate for coming up with the value of a property to sell it. And the problem is a lot of buyers look at the city assessor website and say, it was assessed at thus. And the banks don't care what the assessed value is. They have their own appraisal system, so it's misleading as far as the consumer when they see the assessed value. It's for taxes primarily, nothing else.
This will get us closer to those numbers, but then it goes away, and then you reassess and it goes back, and then it goes away. So it's getting our bell-shaped curve in shape.
And a lot has changed in the real estate market since 2005.
But I wanted to point that out because that's out there.
Also on page 193, our biggest change on the assessor's line items is the telephones, and that's technically not telephones. That's the Wi-Fi connection for the new computer program. We're planning on incorporating live tablets in the field so that the appraisers can enter the information out in the field rather than bringing notes back and then typing it in when they get back to the office, and we think that will increase their efficiency when it comes to making those residential visits, which they do throughout the year.
So these are the air cards.
Correct.
If there's no questions about assessor, I think we can move to economic development. Mr. Davis, again, the budget is proposed at $619,000, which is a slight increase over 2014. We're due to be about $100,000 under budget. Since everything's been going on, Alan, is that necessarily an accurate number anymore? After last night?
I think after last night.
Well, with the $25,000 for...
That wasn't even included in this. That
was part
carried
of the
over funds.
2013, so
Yes.
that doesn't reflect in here.
Yes.
Okay.
And at this point in time, this includes the GoEDC funding for that collaboration. We didn't fill the Economic Development Manager this year. If you recall, we have an interim contract employee. We are incorporating the Business Retention and Expansion Program for city staff, and that will be incorporated into the GoEDC program as well. We've set the goal for the city employees' participation to the tune of around 50 of those 150 business visits, and we've already allocated staff and come up with those numbers. And Mr. Roloff, Mr. Burrich, there's a lot of people who are actually involved in reaching that outreach that we think is critical long-term for the city's economic development efforts, and we think that will be a good collaboration with the GoEDC program as well. We'll continue with the grant writing. We've been very successful over the last few years. We're over $7 million in grant funds, and we'll get to some of those items in the TIF and the other grant programs, but as time has gone by, we've gotten very good at obtaining those grants. We've also, in some instances, gotten a little money to administer grants, which is very unusual, so that's helped defray some of those costs. The one thing that Mr. Roloff did cut that I'm going to bring to your attention is that consultant services in economic development, that's down, and that would preclude us from being able to hire, say, a business success center for the Pioneer study that we did earlier this year, or sometimes we've spent money on wetland delineations on economic development projects or some other specialty that we needed to have done, so we don't have those funds available at this point in time.
Where is, I don't see consultant services.
Contractual,
I
I'm
see
sorry.
contractual services, yeah. I say it that way because I wanted to ask about, there's a lot of changes going on in what economic development, what your economic development budget was last year, this year, and next year. And I'm trying to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. If I can just ask a couple quick questions. So the contractual services, that $64,000 this year was for things like, like employing the UW Oshkosh Student Success Center?
That was money we carried over again from 2013's economic development budget. So that didn't come out of the 2014 budget. It actually came out of the 2013 budget, which was the expenditure. So that one's probably not the best example that I could throw out. What we had spent contractual services on in the past has been actually the CHAMCO contribution. The 133 is where we're putting all the GoEDC contribution under miscellaneous contractual services, and I'm not exactly sure why they end up in 6401 versus 6466.
So in that, when I'm looking just historically, like that 66 for 2013, that was what was given. That's that dollar per capita from the county. Is that correct?
Yeah, that looks about right.
Economic development.
That looks about the county money we probably gave to CHAMCO.
That would be my guess off the top of my head for 2013.
That's what that was.
Okay. The contractual employment that there was none appropriated for this year. It's $40,000 that was spent, or it looks like it's going to be spent this year, and another $30,000. Is that the services of
Brenda Hicks
So
Sorensen.
we're anticipating employing her into next year, and is that?
That was something that I think, since this was printed, I think that's actually been cut back.
And is that
There was about 12,000 cut back. It's 30,000 for next year.
Correct.
But it was you had it about
It was
42.
42, yes.
Why is the city taking on that responsibility versus the Go EDC organization?
It's really more of a transition thing. That's intended for us to sunset that position, and Go EDC would assume those responsibilities with the new director.
And then the indirect labor on the payroll, what is that? What is that typically associated for? Again, there wasn't very much in 2012, but then it spiked up considerably last year, and then this year and next as well.
That was adding the staff for the economic development program, the hiring of Nancy Joe as as our technician.
That's not in the regular payroll, though. I'm looking at indirect labor.
Those are benefits.
Those are the benefits.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry about that. So, and then on the payroll, just one. This is my last final question, but the economic development analyst position and the
which is Nancy Joe.
Okay, that's Nancy Joe, and that's going to remain in the city. That's not going over to OEDC either. I thought that was. I was under the impression back when we had these discussions in March that this position was going to eventually roll into the structure of Go EDC as opposed to the city.
At one point, it was all going to be city, but we knew that our goal was really to help Go EDC. So we are not transferring all those resources over to Go EDC. Nancy Joe's going to stay on board primarily for real estate and
business retention expansion.
We can always take a look at that in the future. Is that better served by Go EDC? But they got to get their sea legs before we start having any more discussions.
A quick question for you. In the riverfront development, the bank option, is that going anywhere? I thought they were going to try and move on that or not move on.
Yes, they've submitted some preliminary plans that I think the Plan Commission's already reviewed once, and I think they've given Mr. Birch some revisions on that bank option.
Looks like it's moving forward.
It's moving forward to this point.
Just the option at this
yes,
point.
Yes, they just have an option, correct.
It looks like it is going to move forward.
I wouldn't.
You never know.
I never
Obviously,
know.
on these
yes.
deals, you never know, but it hasn't backed off.
No, they haven't backed off. They haven't said they're not going to execute it. If anything, they've hired the architects and they're doing their due diligence to come up with a design that satisfies the environmental constraints on the site and will satisfy the city's requirements for their development.
They're engaged in the activity they should be engaged in.
Absolutely. With the architect and the engineers, yes.
Oh, I asked those questions too because I brought this up with Mark the other day, and it's this notion about Go EDC and being the public-private partnership, and I've had a lot of conversations with board members about them. There seems to be a belief that they're a entity now that's not beholden to open records law, open meetings law. We're looking at $133,000 contribution. When we're paying for the services of Brenda and her time, that's really another contribution towards Go EDC. So our contributions to Go EDC are they're large. They're larger than I think we had initially talked about, and at least from a standpoint of the private dollars that need to be raised to outpace what the city's providing, so that it is a quasi-private / public organization that isn't beholden to some of those issues that you do have when you're getting a majority of your funding from a tax public entity. Are just some concerns that I think that organization needs to be aware of and cognizant of, and our citizens and taxpayers as well.
Very good point.
If there's no other questions, the next division is planning services. Mr. Birch will step up. Page 199. The budget is proposed to go down about $20,000.
Largely because we'll be finishing the zoning code this year, and that's not budgeted for contract services for 2015.
Okay, so that's the main
That's the
reason. Thank you.
biggest one. I mean, there's minor changes with health insurance as well, like you've heard from
But I knew
other
it wasn't just
departments.
personnel
No.
in this case. It was, so, yeah, that's the biggest thing, is that contractual service. If you take a look at page 201, the line item for contractual services going from 55,000 to zero, that's the primary decrease. So there's still an increase on the personnel side, probably about $30,000, give or take.
And the biggest
But we've
is
always
net
put
indirect.
some money in there. Wouldn't we want to have some money in that contractual services? I mean, it was as low as $6,200 back in 2012, but, or do you feel that a lot of that can be handled through grants or other?
Our next big project for the planning department is the parking study and the central city investment strategy, and those will be funded out of TIF funds, so you'd see those in the TIF budgets rather than
Okay.
general levy.
All right. Plus donations.
Plus donations, thank you. And grant money.
And grant dollars. There we go. All right. Keeping Darlene busy.
And indirect labor, I think that's the one that I noticed that it went up the most, and that's based on how many employees take different levels of health insurance in the city. And that's largely been a surprise when people go from single to
Single to dual to
to
family.
family, yeah.
It may reverse, it depends, again, we have a vacancy there, so that could change, but we have to err on that conservative side, and just in case, depends on who we hire. And speaking of which, that is a position on the cut list. It wasn't necessarily because of Ben's departure. In fact, we had discussed it begrudgingly before Ben announced it. I'm often hesitant to recommend or propose a position just because it's vacant. That's just not always the best approach, and I think the value that position's provided, I think the council's aware. Somebody said they got some message from somebody just before we went to the break. Certainly wasn't batting for Ben, because Ben's already left our organization, but Ben's position has provided a good deal of value when you talk about the strategic plan, the work that, and the tutelage that both Darren and Dave Buck have given Liz and Ben. I think we've gotten good value out of that. And boy, the neighborhood groups love those two.
Well, and it falls into our strategic plan as far as you're saying, and
Part of the salary comes from block grant dollars, too.
You are correct.
so how much of that position is, with that being said, how much of that position is actually funded by the city and how much is funded by block grant?
Right now, our projection for that is about 2/3 of it comes from block grant and 1/3 of it comes from the city. So we wouldn't lose the money that comes from block grant. We'd have to reallocate it to other block grant activities, and you would potentially save 1/3 from the city levy. But I'd go back to, he also works on the bike and pedestrian, and we need staff to serve that, and he's worked on some grant applications that we're in the midst of, and so I'm afraid we're going to miss some opportunities for some grant funding that he had been working on, that it's impossible to pick up all those pieces and get everything done on time. And the staff, as his staff for the Bike and Ped Committee, they had expectations that he'd be able to write grant applications for them as well. So we'd be cutting back not only on our neighborhood association, but even our potential for grants for housing and Bike and Ped projects.
Well, the position almost pays for itself.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Well,
Yeah. Well,
that's
good share.
always my goal for every position working in those areas, is that we try to maximize our time with almost paying for the position. Correct.
But you already cut in a quarter time or 20.26% position anyways, right? Part-time, you're looking at
Yes.
not having a part-time person next year, so, you're already down I'm not sure what the part-time person did, but still.
That was actually something that Mr. Roloff had already extracted from this particular division, or regarding the
Butcher. What a butcher. Jeez.
We were run through 3 times before we got done, so.
Mr. Rolfe, if something's paid like on a grant or on on block grant. Do the fringe benefits get paid? Say like the person's paid a third off of it.
Yes, if
Does
it's
the block
eligible.
grant pick up
Yes.
the account
Block
for
grant is
benefits?
eligible for that. Some grants don't, but that block grant does.
That being said, is there anywhere in the budget to reflect just how much money you get total of that covers employees, benefits on grants for the year? I mean, so that we know that, let's just say that, for example, just $100,000 we're saving in our budget because of positions being covered by block grants, CGB, whatever it might be, so that we can at least have a good understanding that the taxpayer is getting more bang for their buck because of that.
You got to decipher a little bit. I'll point you out to page 7, which is our revenue page, and I believe that's where it is. Trina will kick me and tell me I'm wrong if I've missed the page, but I believe it's under charges for current services, community development, CDBG. You can see that it's been going up and down in recent years because funding's gone down, then funding's gone up. But we are budgeting, it's about halfway down the page, it says community development 0740, economic development, CDBG. Last year, 2013, we got 400,000. This year, we're estimating 348. We're only estimating 270,000 this year. I think I know that Alan and Darren and Darlene can explain that, but
We're capped as to what we can charge the block grant program for salaries and fringes for the city, and that depends on how much other projects we do in the city. We're capped at 20%. So if we get more money or more repayments, when people sell their houses and they pay off our mortgage, that counts as program income. Sometimes we get more of that in a year, and sometimes we get less, but we're always capped at the 20%. So it's almost a dance that we have to do to make sure we stay under the 20%.
So we roughly get 20% a year, salaries, fringes covered under grants. Is that
just for that program?
Just for that.
20% of the grant can only be used for those.
Okay.
Those
But overall, in a calendar year, do we have an idea?
I mean, you take a look at that. That 270,000. What does that cover on average?
2.5 positions, probably.
That's probably.
So that's what I'm getting at. So in the end, if we cut some of these positions, yes, we can reallocate the money, but yet we're not paying a lot for that position, is where I'm kind of getting to, I guess.
And we don't get the work done.
Right. And we just put more work on other people. I mean, it's just pushing it down the line.
And we're hoping to still build beyond the 9 neighborhood associations. I mean,
Right.
I expect there'll be more in the future, and every neighborhood association, not only is there a setup, but there's a plan and there's implementation of the plan, which takes a lot of staff time and work with the neighborhood organizing and organization. And even for that section, we help them with grant applications for the neighborhood association. So there's even some things that wouldn't show up in our budget, but would show up in the neighborhoods.
So I guess going back, I look at, the positions on the table organization, we're getting a full-time assistant planner at 3/4 salary, roughly. That's a pretty good deal.
And the feedback I'm getting from these neighborhood associations, because I'm closely involved, is that the city is credible. People that once didn't really trust the city, all of a sudden trust the city a great deal. We're performing. We're doing what we said we'd do. So there's a lot of credibility in this whole thing. And these associations are moving fast. I mean, the Marina District, that Lizzie got going. We had a meeting with Christian and you guys, and bang.
Well, and I think, and they're showing, the associations are bringing things forward to council to approve some changes in their neighborhoods, so they're seeing, bang for their buck, like you say. It's good.
But they trust the city.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think we've earned it, and I'd like to
keep it.
Keep it,
There you
exactly.
go.
If there's no other questions about planning services, our next budget is inspection services. That begins on page 203. Mr. Zarate has been waiting patiently, so welcome, John. The budget is proposed to increase. Alan's going to need to talk a little bit about this because this is another one of the divisions that's gone through a great deal of changes. You may recall that we contracted out some services a while back, And, we've been rethinking and really reprioritizing what areas of emphasis that inspection services does, and Alan and John, I think, can explain pretty well what's going on here.
Off the top of my head, I think this division's still probably 3 FTEs less than they used to be, say, 4 years ago. But as time has gone by, we've asked them to do more and more work, and we've given them a little more resources. We have contracted out for a lot of inspections. But as time has gone by, delivering all the customer service and all the contractor needs and the consultations has been building as time has gone by. I think it's also indicative of how well John has run the division, in that all of our performance measures that we have for building inspection, they meet and exceed, and I think our customers are more and more satisfied and more comfortable in talking to us. So all these things build up to the point where the contract inspector isn't going to be able to fulfill all our needs, and we're looking at restoring one of those positions that we cut in the past, so that we eliminate the contract assessor and bring another, a contract inspector and bring another inspector back. So that's a net increase of a half a position. From my perspective, in that we have a contractor for half the time, this would add another half position back into it, which equates in the table of organization to I think it's a half position, because the other one that Mr. Roloff mentioned earlier was the rental registry inspector, and that would be a new position with a new funding source, which, as Mr. Roloff indicated, we're not doing not going to happen January 1st, because we want to make sure we get it right after all the court cases and the legislature are done with it. Then we'll develop something that fits Oshkosh best, and then we'll roll that out. And we won't be hiring that staff until we actually create that program and create the funding stream to support that. And a couple of I got to brag about some of the key performance measures. There, Mr. Durati's listed those, how well we serve the customers now compared to the past, how it's been improving over time. And one other area that we added to was the code enforcement area. If you recall, in the previous strategic plan, you wanted more code enforcement, more proactive code enforcement in gateways and some of our neighborhoods in the city, and we've been doing that, and we've almost doubled the number of proactive cases. Is that correct? The right number?
Oh, more than that. Yeah, we were probably less than 5% proactive enforcement, and we're now over 30% on those from where we were. I mean, it's over and above. I mean, having that full-time inspector added last year, or actually half-time, because we had the half-time added last year, to help with the proactive enforcement has shown up in the numbers of inspections we're doing, number of service fees that we're collecting for those inspections. So it's definitely helping.
One of the other things I'd like to point out, I'm getting teased earlier about making some cuts. When we made some reductions in the Inspection Services Division a few years ago, we allocated some of those resources to other divisions in
economic
community development. Now we're cycling back some of those things back into inspections because the activity's been picking up. And I think it's also a microcosm. People ask, well, you're always contracting things out. Not always. We do it sometimes, but we take a look at it. We evaluate it on a regular basis. And this is one of these cases where we looked at it and said, you know what? We're going to get better bang for our buck in this case by bringing back some regular employee that can work on a 9-to-5 basis with Mr. Zarati's supervision and direction.
Speaking of Mr. Zarati's supervision and direction, he's been working very hard this year on a new software program that integrates the whole development process, not just building inspection. And the latest addition we've made to that is that now contractors can submit their plans electronically, so they don't need to spend $400 or $500 making sets of plans, and they can be submitted. They get distributed to all the staff, and that also is spreading the key performance measures to other departments and divisions, because with the computer program, it starts a clock for the review times and response times, things of that nature, so those can actually be measured now, whereas right now it's much more difficult to do something like that. And with the web-based. We're expecting to be able to roll that out to the applicants or the contractors, so they'll be able to log in under their name to go to their projects and see where everything is on their review and approval process, all the way through inspection. So we think we're providing just the next level of customer service when it comes to business development and economic development. We think that's still a very key role in setting Oshkosh apart from others, is that we have developed one of the best site plan review and business development processes around.
Any idea, like, if any other communities in the state offer that, or?
Madison has one, but we're not exactly modeled into that one, and I'm not exactly sure if there's any others.
That's about it. Medicine's about the only comparable we have. The system that we got got approved last year to have put in this year is a customized system. So this is all kind of taking in what we had old and making everything that we had old better, and more the web base is what we're looking for. Just so that all the public and the contractors can have access to that to wherever they are. They don't have to be on the city's system. They don't go and look at scanned-in files. They're actually looking at the live data that we have, same data that we have. So it's a matter of, going out and doing an inspection. We put the results in. If there's problems, and take a picture, we put that in as a result, and as soon as we hit save, it sends an email to the contractor saying, here's the results. So there's that. There's the same with permit issuance and plan review.
So just kind of streamlines, make us more efficient.
Absolutely, and we're also expecting to be able to use some kind of payment system, so they'll be able to make payments via the web as well. Almost getting us into the 21st century.
A lot of the building inspection departments in Northeast Wisconsin are kind of archaic, and this, as Mr. Davis said, this inspection departments are an important community gateway, and I don't think a lot of people think of it that way. And when we had some of the more negative reputations that we had in the past, that reflected poorly on our community when we're making these kind of improvements. I think it's a positive reflection to an important stakeholder in growing our tax base in this community, the developers and construction companies that think more highly of us. So it's a good investment. I commend you on that.
And I think the initial responses from the contractors and architects is they love it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and it was put on as a goal to the city manager a couple of years ago to get us to where we are now, and now we got to maintain it and continue to make it function.
Looking at the budget overall, it's fair to say there's really no tax levy that's appropriated to inspections. I mean, you're essentially an enterprise department.
Almost, yes. Based on the permits and fees that we collect.
Couple of quick questions. You're really adding 2 positions in this budget? I see.
1.5.
I'm just going,
we'd be
the
eliminating
7.5 to 9.5 is what it shows on here.
Full-time personnel equivalent, yes. What we're converting a contract position to a regular city position.
Okay, no, I understand. I'm just,
Yeah, that's-
okay, and so if we add the apartments and that.
Yes, that would be the other one.
That would be a third one.
No, that would be the
that's
second
in
one.
there.
That will pay for itself.
Okay, it'll pay for itself, in which, that's
code enforcement.
That's the code enforcement?
Yes, that's code
enforcement. Okay, I was looking for a different name on that. Okay. The other thing is on the health insurance end, we had that going from $89,000 to $143,000.
Primarily the 2 positions going in.
Okay, I was just looking at one of the positions is like $27,000. And the other one's probably going to average about, not going to be real high price.
We're budgeting on the high side we're assuming a family plan. If it comes out to be something different, $20,000 just for a family plan on the city's cost. So
Have a $27,000 employee and paying them, they could be making $20,000, $25,000 of the health insurance.
You are correct.
They could be paying for that.
Yeah,
conceivably.
potentially, yeah. That's why we always budget on the high side when we're starting out. Then
No, I understand that. I'm just trying to get a fix on the amount of money and the fringe benefits. Big.
It is big.
Salaries on the lower range are sometimes lower than the fringes.
No, I understand, but it's almost 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, fringes, total
Is
fringes
more.
are over than 100%.
Yes, that's what I meant to say, yeah.
Mr. Davis, one of the employees went from a dual to a family also,
Oh, yes. And we have periodically, people have kids.
That I understand. Often more than periodically.
You're not working.
Any more questions of Mr. Zarate? Let's see. Alan, I know there's a few more non-operating departments or
Yep.
operating divisions.
Page 273, I think, is the next one.
Thanks, John.
This is kind of an artificial fund that we use to funnel some grant funds through the city. So it's basically an in and out depending on what grants we get. The other grants that we get, we would actually put through the TIF accounts that if it was in a TIF project, and that would usually show up in the TIF account, which is in a more kind of in a CIP type of piece. So there's just the two grants that we have right now, and we're expecting we'll probably do another grant application for remediation sometime next year for another potential site, which I can't tell you which one it is right now, but on Marion or the South Shore, I wouldn't be surprised if we had another one or two of those next year. The next page is the Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative, and I forgot about Mr. Burrich. This is one of his sheets as well, and I excused him.
No.
Let's see, but this is the one that we started that program a few years ago, and we came back to council this summer with an actual program to spend the funds, and we've gotten applications out of Middle Village for starting to spend those funds for the owner rehabilitation and conversions, and we're proposing that you'd continue funding that in the future. We will be closing, we extended TIF number 9, I think is the last one. That's the one that would be coming through in 2015 to expand that total amount in the fund. And I expect as we get more neighborhood associations with neighborhood plans, we'll start spreading that money beyond Middle Village into Millers Bay or River East or the next neighborhoods that actually complete a neighborhood plan. And then at some point in 2016 or 17, I believe we'll do that with TIF number 7, if you recall, and that would add another $3 million plus into that kitty before TIF number 7 would be retired.
And you want to keep a fund balance in there?
Absolutely. We want this to revolve so that this will supplement what it's been declining for block grant dollars over the last decade approximately. So
do you have a targeted number you want to get to or have in that fund balance?
That's a good, no, I don't have a targeted number at this point in time, but we've talked, Mr. Roloff and I have talked about having some kind of, almost treating it as an endowment. Is that the right term for it?
Yes, so that we talked about neighborhood endowment was kind of the term we used. And
so that we'd be able to use the program income out of the endowment to actually fund projects and always have funds available, because I expect as more and more neighborhoods identify more and more needs and we want to implement those plans, we'll need this money in the future, and I can't afford for it to diminish or go away because I think the needs are going to increase over time, at least in the foreseeable future, so we can't spend it down. The next page is 277. That's where the block grant funds are accounted for. You can see as recently as 2012, we got almost $1 million. In 2014, I'm not exactly sure how much we're going to end up with. I think it was actually going to be 730 or 720 is what we're projecting. I think we ended up somewhere around 730. And some of that is I asked Darlene to help me out with that. We also receive program income that's hard to predict as to what we're going to be getting through the year when people sell houses, or typically they'll exit the house, go to a nursing home or die, and then would get the funds paid with a sale of the property. And as time has gone by, we used to fund more public service dollars, and as time has gone by, we still contribute money, but it's a fraction of what we were able to contribute 4 or 5 or 6 years ago.
That being said, like your other program where you have the TIFs to put money in there, do we have a source to assist the social service agencies in any way?
The only fund we have is the block grant funds.
Only fund, okay.
The other healthy neighborhoods has to specifically go to affordable housing, so we don't have that kind of flexibility that we have with block grant funds.
And that's obviously getting cut every year.
Yes, and I believe what's the cap on public service funds? 15%. So we've used cash balance of some of the TIF districts we've terminated over the last couple of years, and we've put them in this particular fund. And I'm expecting or proposing the cash balance left in TIF number 9 coming to the city next year. That's approximately $1 million until they do the audit next October. We won't know the exact number, but that's our approximate guess. In the meantime, we've been working with the Long Range Finance Committee and GoEDC and Brenda Hicks Sorensen to put together a manual and an application process, and we've gone through Long Range Finance a couple of months here, and we'll go through in November, and I think we'll have a recommendation for the council to consider here in November, December, so that this program can go online January 1st. That would be my goal.
Yeah, I think we'll be acting on that at the meeting on the 12th.
Sounds good.
Which we would have acted on the 5th, but you guys wanted to have a meeting on the 5th, so.
Ooh, blame us. Blame us.
I was a nice guy.
And then we can start talking about the TIF accounts, which I believe start on page 283. And there's not a whole lot to talk about for most of the TIFs because most of them are performing, but I will point out one thing that I heard somebody talk about earlier tonight is that the VOTEC rate coming off, that hurts our TIF districts because we've lost about 10% of the value that the TIFs are creating based on removing that piece. So say it was going to be a 20-year TIF, now it's going to be a 22-year TIF or something to that in that nature. So unfortunately, that hurt not just our current TIFs, but any TIFs we'd be talking about for the future. And we did lower all of our projections for the TIF districts based on what we think the results of the act will be, and we did incorporate that into the most recent TIF we did regarding the North Industrial Park. So it's taking longer to pay off these projects as well, just based on that stroke of the pen. The big projects are actually going to be covered under the CIP, but in general terms, TIF number 7 has been used as a donor TIF to TIF 13, 20, and 21, which are the Marion Road and South Shore districts. So that continues to be the case. The big projects we're spending money on this year would be the Aviation Business Park, which we're going to be constructing, and the Southwest Industrial Park north of the railroad tracks. That's another project that I believe it's been bid, and they're going to have a pre-award, so it should be under construction very soon. So those are the two main industrial development projects we've got in the TIF budgets at this point in time.
I had questions on some TIFs.
Yes.
Number 14 on page 299, Mercy Medical Center.
Yes.
What's going to happen with that? That fund balance is turned negative, and
I'm not sure I can answer that off the top of my head.
You know, just to begin with, last year we were projecting 920,000 in there, and now for 2015 we're projecting a negative of 98,000. I don't know what's going on to create that, because that's
and I would have to actually sit down with finance to figure that out as well, because right now the only piece that's going through this right now is the PAYGO development assistance, which I do know that they unfortunately got their assessment reduced so that we're actually collecting less than we had projected. what I remember, but I'd have to get back to you on the details as to why that's turning negative.
That's pretty significant from the projected 2014 to 2000. Because with the PAYGO, we have to collect it before we give it.
Correct.
So that shouldn't have that kind of effect on it, I wouldn't think.
Mr. Mayor, if you would indulge me, let me take a look at that.
What?
Let's take,
Okay,
if we
that's
could take a look at
That's
back.
fine. I'm just asking.
No, I think there might be.
I just want to make sure that I'm interpreting that right, that there's an issue there.
If you flip it over to the next page, that's why I'm a little mystified by it, because on the next page over, 300, I see revenue coming in and a debt service and a cash balance, so that's why I'm a little mystified as to why
That's
it's
fine.
showing that.
I'm just reading this, and
Yep.
at first glance, it looks like there's some issues there.
Yes.
Okay, the next one then was 18. Southwest Industrial Park expansion.
Yes.
Looking like we have a negative 870,000 here balance.
That one, I'm a little concerned that we didn't exactly have all the numbers right that we had leading up to that, because does this show the?
The 18,
Yes.
23.
Yes, this is the 18 and 23 issue.
Okay, I had a question on 23, which I assume
Yes.
is the same issue, because I'm worried about where some of these things I thought were okay were not so okay from the numbers.
I'm going to leave it to you to answer that one, because it was something new to me.
There were project costs that were put into TIF 18, but they really belonged into TIF 23, as well as there were some debt service funds that were put into TIF 18. They actually belonged in TIF 23. Dora has worked through those and prepared the correcting journal entries to have them correct. I don't want to speak off the cuff. I know one of them still is going to be very negative, and I believe it's TIF 3 from the shifting of the costs, but I don't know the actual outcome for TIF 18.
You could get those numbers, because again,
Yep.
that's and 20 we know is negative, that's South Shore, so.
Yes.
'21 is just hard to kind of follow that, bouncing up and down of the numbers.
The biggest change to 21, in my opinion, would be the lease revenue bonds that hadn't been showing up in TIF 21 in the past that the RDA budget actually reflected, but the intent was for the TIF 21 to pay off those lease revenue bonds. So that piece, the budget variance on page 313, the $6.3 million due through the redevelopment authority, those are supposed to be paid through TIF revenues. So that's why this page 313 and 314 have gotten very negative, because I think we're finally accounting for that properly as well.
One of the things
We have
I've-
plans for those that are negative, that far negative?
One of the things I've asked staff to do is we need to do a reconciliation of all the TIFs as they relate to each other, because TIF 7 is the big donor TIF.
Right.
And we want to make sure that we haven't overcommitted those funds. And I can tell you, we will be approaching a cash flow issue. Part of it has to do with the fact that TIF 7 not only has been a donor TIF for all these above TIFs, but they also have provided a cash flow for this. No, that's what the word I'm looking for is not the fund. I know the fund is sort of a catch-all for the special assessment funds cash flow. So Tara's been working on that to provide that. So I want to get that to council so that you can see where, as we approach 2016, we're going to have a cash flow issue unless we get the special assessment fund back on board. We have improved it, but we got to see how the numbers come in.
It'd be possible to kind of do an analysis of all these, because we're
That's
looking
what
at
she's
that.
doing.
I'm
That's
looking at the
exactly what
negatives
I'm
and
asking
comparing it
for.
with the positives, and
And you can't sort it out by looking at individual pages. I'm asking, and Tara's been working on that to get it together to say, here's where we're at. And
does
I
it
think
have some
that's-
implications for future whether or not we get anything in the future.
We're definitely concerned about that, and
I'm thankful she's working on it because she's identified some issues that we didn't even know existed until the last month or so.
Okay. No, hopefully we can get that all clarified.
Yep.
It has tremendous implications. Further development work down here.
yeah, and
Plus
there's,
paying it off. And
these are IOUs that we have said, well, TIF 7 will pay for it. We got to get them all down and say, exactly what are we paying with TIF 7? And TIF 7 is this big pot of money, but you overcommit it, and it's not going to be there. So we will be providing that to you shortly. It really goes beyond the budget. It's really planning for 2016 as we go on.
And ultimately, you'd like to have money in at the end of the TIF so that there can be some distribution.
Absolutely.
And as I look at this, I don't see those distributions becoming obvious out of here.
Neither did we. That's why I think Mr. Roloff asked us to look at this.
And we really haven't talked enough of that part, saying we got all this money in.
For the most part, TIF 7 is pretty much not going to have any or much funds to distribute. We want to make sure that it has enough cash flow, because it's not just how much money's left at the end, but a cash flow concern that I have.
Yeah. Well, both of them are issues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then future TIFs.
Correct.
We look at that.
Okay. Boy, I hate to be ending the evening on that note, but we're getting close. I'm thinking with what we've shuffled around, we can do general government tomorrow night. So it's not as much budget stuff as it is finance stuff, but it's very important that we look at that.
So do we need to do anything with 329 or not? I don't think so. RDA?
That's on page 329.
I'm
There's
sorry,
nothing
yeah.
really to report on that one, since we'd been using those funds to pay off the lease revenue bonds up to this point, and we're exhausting that funding.
And that's okay.
Yes, well,
That one's well-funded. Okay, so you want to bring this to an end now and not do general government, do that tomorrow night?
I think we can do that tomorrow
Pretty
night.
late. People are tired, I'm sure.
Yes.
So,
And
thanks
that's-
everybody
that's
for your attention.
Trina and me, and we'll be here
It's
tomorrow
tough.
night.
Huh?
That's just general government's Trina and me, so we'll be here tomorrow.
Okay, thanks all. See everybody tomorrow night, 4:30 again. I'll have the pizzas.
Yeah. We'll be.